power wisely and well. Our purpose is to establish and maintain a city of prosperity and righteousness where freedom prevails and where justice rules. Let us also not forget those who have served our community and who are no longer with us, so that we continue to do the work we must in their memory. Please be seated. In case you didn't notice, I'm chairing this evening. I'm not Mayor Davis. Mayor Davis is at home dealing with COVID-19. But I think to start this evening, I'll turn things over to Mayor Davis, as we lost a very important and valuable member of a former council. And I think Mayor Davis will speak to that now. Mayor Davis?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And yes, I would like to acknowledge the passing last week of a former councillor and very much a dedicated citizen who served our city throughout his life, Art Stanbridge. And Art served on council from 1970 until 1982. He had been a police officer for about 9 years. He was worked for Cooper's Insurance at a local agency, worked with a local agency for about 26 years. And while he was on council, he championed a number of important causes. One was the hiring of a CAO. And that kind of revolutionized the city administration and made it much more professional. And he also, much to his credit, he spearheaded the first downtown revitalization project. And it continues to have an impact upon us to this day. In fact, that's recognized by the walkway between the Y and the parking garage, which was named after Mr. Stanbridge. And his example of community service and dedicated service to the city and this corporation, and in particular our downtown, I think continues to inspire many of us and is an excellent exemplary record of a very fine person and a tremendous record of public service. And I suggest that, I know previously we had a minute silence, perhaps we should do that again if you think it's appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, I think that is appropriate. I think right now we will take a moment of silence in honor of Alderman Stanbridge. Thank you. Madam Clerk, has the roll been taken?
Yes, it has.
Are there any members of the committee that have any declarations of pecuniary interest on the items appearing on tonight's agenda? Seeing no hands. At this time, I'll ask members of the committee what items they would like to separate for discussion purposes. Please note that the following items are automatically separated. Item 6.1.1, which is Trail Safety Audit Report, 6.1.2, Mohawk Lake District Plan Implementation, and 6.1.7, Treat Accessibility, Making Trick-or-Treating Accessible in Brantford. Are there any others? Those will automatically be separated as there's either presentations or delegations to those three items. Councillor Antosky.
Thank you. 613, which is the net zero, 616, which is safe reporting program, and 618 council priorities, please.
Thank you, Councillor Antosky. Are there any further? Councillor Carpenter?
Yeah, 6.1.9, please.
Sorry, 6.1.9. 9. Okay. Any further? Okay, I will now, Councillor Martin, can you please move the motion to approve all items for consideration consent not separated for discussion purposes?
I move, seconded by Councillor McCurry, that all items for consideration consent 6.1, 6.2 not separated for discussion purposes be approved.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can we take the vote on the items not separated for discussion purposes, please?
For clarification, the items that will be considered as part of this vote are 6.1.4 Wayne Gretzky Parkway roadway dedication, 6.1.5 waiving rental fees for BCHU use of city facilities for vaccine clinics, and 6.2.1 minutes. Mayor Davis, would you like to verbally vote? Oh, thank you. All items not separated for discussion purposes carries unanimously on a recorded vote. Those in favor, Mayor Davis, Councillor Secoli, Vanderstel, Etley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, Antosky, Van Tilburg, and Wall.
Thank you. It brings us now to our presentations and delegations. Members of the committee, there are 5 registered delegations to speak to items appearing on tonight's agenda. So I would ask Sandra Bigger, who's here in person, to come forward to speak to item 7.3, asset disposition policy and public engagement. And please note that you have up to 10 minutes for your remarks, inclusive of questions by committee members. When you're ready, please proceed.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, councilors, city staff, and fellow citizens, it is my intention to present myself as a delegation regarding the agenda item, asset disposition policy and public engagement, which is agenda item number 7.3. This item proposes that 5 members of council and 3 members of the public be tasked with setting a policy for ensuring open communication and full participation of the citizens of Brantford in the disposal of city assets. This committee will have the support of city staff as well as a member of the city clerk's office to set agendas and take minutes of meetings. I would ask that council consider increasing the number of members of the public to 5. I am also concerned with the selection process for these members of the public. Who will select them? And how will they be chosen? I am also interested in ensuring that disposition is fully defined and a timeline is established for disclosed. What will be quorum requirements for this committee? Conflict of interest. Members of the committee must be vetted to ensure that property owners with vested interests and other professionals are not in a conflict situation, thus excluding them from full participation. Community meetings. Meetings must be structured to include all members of the public in a public forum such as the Sanderson Center or City Hall. These meetings should include Brantford City Council and relevant city staff, as well as the city clerk's office personnel to set agendas and take minutes. These sessions should be open, transparent, and inclusive. An example of the format and the structure of these meetings was demonstrated in 2016 when several city-owned facilities were considered for sale. I attended at least 2 of the meetings at the Sanderson Center regarding these proposals. At least 100 people attended these meetings, and all interested citizens were permitted to speak without registering as a delegation in advance. Numerous individuals spoke. Some presentations were very passionate, some presentations were factual, and some presentations were well-researched. All presentations were heard. This was a good example of community-based consultation and involvement with the decision-making process. We need to experience more meetings of this type. Municipal government with participation, consultation, and transparency. I urge Councillor McCready to accept 2 small friendly amendments to his motion to include repurposing of city assets in the motion. For example, disposition/repurposing of city assets, and to increase the number of members of the public to 5 instead of 3 with a good balance of public and city council participation. I did neglect to mention my name is Sandra Bigger. I live at 92 Superior Street in Brantford.
Thank you, Sandra.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from committee members? Councillor Wall?
Hi, Sandra. Great to
Hi.
see you. Even better to hear you speak. Love to see you. Do you currently sit on any citizen committees?
No, I do not. I have applied for them. I applied for them back in the spring of this year, but apparently there's no openings on any city committees these days. So
And-
I am hoping to, after I take care of what has to be taken care of on the 24th of October, I hope to be included in some city committees.
During, I guess, your application process, have you had an opportunity or have you spoken to any city staff regarding what the rules are for people who sit on committees or the code of conduct, or are you familiar with any of that material?
I'm sure it's probably similar to people that serve as delegations. I'm sure it's probably quite similar to that. That you have to be careful what you say and you have to be respectful and
You made very specific comments about conflicts of interest or, making sure that the people who sit on the committee or the task force were vetted. Could you elaborate on why you have do you believe that there are people who currently sit on committees that have conflicts that are?
well, there are because they ask for, well, not necessarily committees, but I see at council that some people have interest in some of the things that are being transacted in the big business. And I'm not saying that's wrong because it's not. We're all human beings and we all have commitments and we all have things that we take care of. But in order to make sure this committee is as open as it can be, we have to make sure that the people that sit on the committee are able to sit without conflicts of interests. I'm not accusing anybody. I'm not saying anything was wrong or anything happened.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wall. Councillor McCurry?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Sandra, and we will take your comments into account during the debate. My memory is not what it once was. Could you remind me, you're a candidate for election. Could you remind me what ward that is, please?
Ward 5,
Thank you very much.
yes. And of course, I won't be staying here for any length of time because I have a Ward 5 event to head off to that's in conflict really with this, but
You'd better, if you've got daylight left, you better get out and knock on some doors.
Councillor Carpenter?
Thanks for coming, Sandra. Thanks
Oh,
very much. And thanks
you.
for putting your name forward as a candidate as well. So do you wish something like this was in place when we discussed the sale of Airedale?
something like this did take place when we discussed the sale of Airedale and it was postponed. And then things changed and Airedale was,
I mean,
Disposed of.
this council's proposed sale of Airedale. Do you wish something like this would have been in place?
oh,
so we-
absolutely, absolutely, yes.
Thank
I
you.
would have been there.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
My hand's not raised.
I'm sorry. I was mistaken there. Seeing no further questions, thank you, Sandra. We'll be dealing with this shortly.
Okay, thank you so
Okay.
much.
Thank you. The next delegation, I would ask Christina Hahn, Tony Cockshut, and Peter Muir, who are here in person, to come forward to speak to item 6.1.2, Mohawk Lake District Plan Implementation Update. And please note that you as well have 10 minutes for your remarks, inclusive of questions from the committee, time permitting. Okay, so please introduce yourselves and begin your presentation when you're ready.
There we go. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak. My name's Tony Cockshut, and I'm a member of the Canadian Industrial Heritage Centre. For over 20 years, the CIHC has been saving industrial heritage, Brantford's and some of Canada's as well. 2 years ago, the CIHC entered into a lease with the city for a 2-acre lot that contains the remnants of the Cockshut factory. The portico and the timekeeper's office are what's left now. We have wonderful plans for this site, as you can see from the picture that's up there. However, we're currently restricted from entering the site. This makes fundraising very difficult, but more importantly, as you can see, the structures need repairs. Repairing the existing exterior will buy us time to do fundraising so that we can carry forward with the industrial heritage center that we envision going on our 2-acre lot. I'll now introduce Christina Han, our president, to take over.
Good evening. My name is Christina Han. I live at 47 Lauren Crescent. As Tony said, we have a solid plan to create a heritage arts center there at 66 Mohawk that we believe will benefit the city of Brantford. So why bother? First of all, the city has the responsibility to preserve existing heritage. Without the restored heritage component, we simply are unable to build a heritage site. We are going to integrate the restored heritage component to build a multi-purpose space for exhibits and performances. We are already partnering with Brand Theater Workshops on this plan, and we are eagerly looking to partner with other heritage cultural organizations in the city. This, we believe, will kickstart the development of Mohawk Lake District plan the city has created. So why do we think we can do this? Although we have not been able to develop the site yet, we have been producing lots of high impact programming over the past few years, and Peter Muir will talk about them.
Hi, I'm Peter Muir. I live at 102 9th Avenue in Eagle Place. For 17 years now, Brand Theater Workshops has staged original Brantford-based work locally, provincially, internationally. During this time, we've worked extensively with heritage organizations such as the Bell Homestead. Currently, the CIHC and BTW are sharing a common facility beside the Military Museum at 543 Greenwich Street. In 2018, I sat next to Bill Darfler in the Charlie Ward room during a presentation on the Greenwich Mohawk lands. Bill was and is still a member of the CIHC. Seeing as we had common goals, our organizations started working together. Since then, it's been a busy time in our little space in Greenwich. In 2019, we started a project about Brantford's Jewish community. Its success, quite frankly, shocked us as we broke all attendance records at the Brant County Museum. Working with partners, the Brant Historical Society and Laurier University, the event is now in its 4th year. The Memories of Brantford's Immigrant Communities project takes a deep dive into the heritage and culture of immigrant communities with a historical exhibit, an original play, historical downtown walk, mini documentaries, music, and food. We've looked at the Jewish, Italian, and Chinese communities so far, with the Ukrainian community next up next year. Out of this, we've developed a website that features our research and results from each community. It's called memoriesofbrantford.com. We've recently been working on another project with the Brantford and District Labor Council and the Eagle Place Community Association entitled The Roots of Eagle Place. You may have seen our latest work this summer at the Homestead, Johnny Cash of Eagle Place. The play explored the labor strife of 1983 and the collapse of industry in Brantford. We're currently compiling research and video footage towards another event this spring. The CIHC recently presented Brantford internationally when our president, Dr. Han, and our past president, John Neal, attended the TICCIH conference in Montreal, the International Committee for the Conservation of Industrial Heritage. This was a major international conference, and Dr. Han moderated 2 panel discussions, as well as attending our display there. Coming next month is the launch of our new virtual museum on the web. With an extensive database capability, we're expecting it to be a valuable resource for the heritage and cultural community. And I'd like to take this moment to invite you to our event Saturday, October 22nd, downtown. It will be the premiere of our new work, Tomb Sweeping, in the Laurier Academic Center, along with the opening of Laundries, Chopsticks, Medicine, a new exhibit at the Brant County Museum, although I'm sure you'll be very busy at that time. Thank you.
We have completed our draft phased plan, working with Brantford's architectural firm, MMMC. Our planned site includes outdoor and indoor exhibit and performance event spaces, space for educational activities, space for retail and food services made from repurposed shipping containers. What we created is a flexible plan that can be adjusted according to the needs of our heritage cultural community. It'll be an innovative and dynamic hub that will enliven the heritage arts community in the city. And we have the expertise and skills, energy and dedication to make this happen. And to do this, we need the city's support. The city has successfully supported emergency heritage repairs. Recent examples include the City Hall Clock Tower and Waddington Crypt. And we sincerely hope the Time Office and portico at 66 Mohawk will be next. Thank you very much. Now time for questions.
Okay, thank you. And the first one is Councillor Van Tilburg.
Oh, I've seen your setups all throughout the community. I can't tell you how many times I've bumped into you. How many setups have you done over the summer?
7, 8,
Yes.
7 or 8.
Yes.
Yes, we've been all over the place.
And people have been pretty excited to see what you're presenting, right? Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you brought up some repairs that need to be done. And if you've leased 2 acres from the city, what's the barrier allowing you access for those repairs?
Well, we can let the planning department go further on that, but right now it's under the aegis of the Survivor Secretariat. So we can't really do any work until the Survivor Secretariat has done their work first. Secondly, it's got to do with the environmental capping of the project, and I'm sure that the planning department will speak further on that, but those are the reasons that we're not able to set foot on it.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Vanderstel.
Thank you, Chair Sluss. Thank you, Tony, Christina, Peter. I too am concerned about the deterioration of those 2 remaining standing buildings. And I certainly would think that we could come up with a stopgap measure between now and when our dreams are coming true to prevent the further deterioration. I've been watching it for a while now, and it's disheartening, certainly after the fire. So if there's anything we can do, please let us know. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Carpenter.
So you're looking to us to repair this so it's not falling apart any further, because it's with all those cracks and the bricks and so forth. This winter, ice and snow gets in there, that's going to deteriorate much faster than it is now. So would you like us to add an amendment to this resolution to directing staff to bring this building up, this property, repair this property so it doesn't deteriorate any further?
Yes, if
that's what it takes.
Yes,
Yeah.
the longer we wait, the more costly the repair will be. And we've been waiting for 20 years.
And how long has it been since we first met on the Mohawk Greenwich District? I remember chairing it. I can't remember how many years it was now. It was last term at council, wasn't it? So we've been a long time
Yes.
getting here. And are you're prepared to move forward as soon as we are able to let you move forward?
Absolutely.
Thank you for that. Thank you for the hard work you've been doing today. Thank you.
Councillor Antosky.
Thank you, Chair Suss. Thank you, Christine and Peter, for coming, and thank you for your passion on these projects. I have to admit I'm a bit perplexed though. So from reading the report, and I'm seeing we're talking about a cultural space and theaters. So, and you both sit on the task force also for the Heritage Museum.
Heritage and cultural.
Space. Thank you,
space.
sorry. So I guess what I'm trying to understand is this duplicity, is there overlap? Is this completely separate? Because, council has moved forward with space at Laurier and put some money forward for that. And there's a task force that's meeting, and I sit on that task force, and I haven't heard about these plans. So I'm wondering what the plans are moving forward, if this is completely separate, or is this going to be identified at that task force that is supposed to be investigating this exact thing? I think it's the exact thing.
As far as I know, these are 2 separate things. Like both Peter and I sit on that task force. And the task force, their job is to gather input from the community and to create a new vision. And we have been working on this plan for years. And we are looking to partner with other cultural and heritage organizations, but we are not like limiting what we are doing or combining what we are doing to what the city has in plan. Peter?
Yeah, we sit on that committee, and recently we had a visioning exercise.
Yes.
That was quite excellent. Maria, thank you very much for facilitating that. And we totally support that committee's work. We recently are completing a feasibility study about potential partners that we could work with on that site. And we've had a number of partners identified. So we're very open to working with other partners. And I believe that's the work of that committee, is to try to bring together these disparate groups, perhaps under one roof, or at least with a common goal. And we are totally open and totally interested in the work of that committee. And it's precipitous right now to say that anything has come out of that committee, because we're still finding our way.
So we are not
Thank you.
exploring any specific locations per se. Yes.
Thank you for your response. We've gone way over, but I've allowed it because it was good exchange. So thanks again for your presentation, and we'll be dealing with this rather shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd now like to call upon Justin McLaughlin, who is here in person, to come forward regarding item 7.2.2, 793 Coburn Street Building Permit Fee Reduction. Please note, sir, you have 10 minutes to make your remarks inclusive of questions. Okay, when you're ready, please begin.
Through you, Chair. Good evening, Mayor Davis and City Councilors. My name is Justin McLaughlin, and I am delegating on behalf of Brant Standard Condominium Corporation number 75, which is located at 793 Colburn Street East. For reference, that's the condo building that's 5 stories beside the Sherwood Motel. I'm the current president of the condo board and became a resident of this building in January 2021. I was elected to the condo board in March of this year and became president in August. Before I moved in, and since moving in, there have been some significant discoveries and developments at the building, which unfortunately have led us to the request this evening for a reduction of 50% of the approximate $14,000 building permit for our parking garage renovation project. While I do not want to focus on the issues that face this condo corporation, it is important to highlight a few of the issues to provide context about the state of our corporation and how we got here. Since 2018, the reserve fund, which is used to fund major project expenditures for condo corporations and is legally required by condo boards in Ontario, has been underfunded by approximately $350,000 due to the decisions of previous condo boards. This was also against the advisement of the recommendations of the reserve fund study completed by hired engineers in 2018. We have also learned that previous condo boards had decided to choose a waste management contract, which was the highest of 3 quotes received. The reason for this decision, which has costed our condo corporation tens of thousands of dollars since, remains unknown and has furthered the financial troubles of our condo corporation since. And my final example is the current parking garage, which has been deemed unsafe for use and was ordered closed by the city of Brantford in November 2021, which was known to have issues as far back as late 2018 or early 2019, when the city of Brantford issued a requirement for a professional inspection of the parking garage, little to many of the owner's knowledge. Unfortunately, minimal action was taken by the previous condo corporation's board, other than having a report completed and monitoring the deterioration of the garage. These 3 examples highlight a history and consistent theme of issues that the new condo board, including myself, are facing and are attempting to address in the most financially conscious way, while also making up for years of poor decision-making by these previous boards. It is not our place to say these actions were made intentionally, but they have now contributed to a $3.6 million garage renovation project that is seeing a special assessment of anywhere from $36,000 to $60,000 per unit owner levied against each individual owner. For those unfamiliar with how condos raise funds for major projects, there are 3 options: planning appropriately and following the recommendations of a reserve study to ensure condo fees include contributions for the reserve study for future projects, levying a special assessment against owners for the cost of a project over and above their monthly condo fees, or finally borrowing a loan and adding it to each owner's monthly condo fees for a term decided by the board. At $3.6 million, you can expect that would be a very high addition to condo fees on a monthly basis. We have no other option in our circumstance but to ask owners to pay for this project because we need parking and our garage has been condemned. We are not a luxury condominium building in the city. Our building is approximately 60 years old and unfortunately has not been maintained by previous condo boards. Many of the owners are long-term owners of over 10 years and are part of our vulnerable senior population on fixed income. We also have a mix of young homeowners like myself who have saved for years and managed to succeed in buying their first home with all of their savings. Needless to say, this has led many seniors and new homeowners alike to list their units for sale as they do not have the financial ability to afford this project, and we cannot guarantee to owners that this is the end of our financial trouble. While the building permit is only a small portion of our $3.6 million project, any form of savings for our vulnerable seniors and new and highly leveraged owners will be of significant help to our condo corporation. We continue to see our interest rates climb, inflation rise, and the overall cost of living hamper our ability to live. I'm sure if any of you were faced with an unforeseen bill of $36,000 to $60,000, it would not be welcomed either. The overwhelming majority of these owners never expected that those they elected and trusted would put them in this position. But while we cannot fix the past, we can make the best of the present and future for my condo community. On behalf of the owners of the Brant Standard Condominium Corporation 75, I'm not here asking for your support this evening, but pleading to allow for a 50% discount on the building permit for our parking garage project. I hope we can count on each of you for your support for passing the motion this evening on this request, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Councillor Carpenter?
Justin, thank you for coming. And you and I have had a lot of conversations about this, haven't we? Long before you were on the board, and I'm glad you put forward to be on the board. Thank you very much. It's a very thankless job, but thank you. We needed someone like you on that board to make changes. Now, this building was, this parking garage issue has been around for a while, hasn't it?
Yes, it has.
Because I raised it originally with previous condo board owners. So condo owners. Now, this is also was a condo. When you say it was around for 60 years, this was a condo conversion, was it not?
It was approximately 15 years ago.
Yeah, it was a rental unit that the owner, I think the owner then was Magda.
Correct.
They converted it and made themselves property managers. Am I correct in that?
Correct.
Okay. And you've rectified that situation?
Yes, we're no longer under Magna. Magna quit upon a Condominium Authority of Ontario tribunal hearing that was going to see them investigated. So they resigned as property managers and we're now with G3 Property Management.
Okay. And as a result of this process for rental units being converted to condo units, and then the owner, the previous owner keeping so many that weren't converted, has that been rectified as well? The ones that the previous owner didn't?
Out of the total 76 units in the building, Magna Property Management owns 4 condo units. They're owned under a subsidiary that's not the property management company, and we have no way as they're owned under a corporation as a separate ownership. So they are fully legally allowed to own those 4 units.
And those 4 units, they don't form part of the condo corporation?
They do.
Oh, they do not.
So they're part of the condo corporation and they've been assessed a special assessment as well for
I
this
see.
project.
I see. But they weren't renovated like the rest of the ones.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Well, okay. Again, thank you. I will support this wholeheartedly, as you know, and thank you for what you're doing on the board. They really need you. Thank you. You're saving that condo corporation. Do you also, one more last question. Do you agree with our position that any condo conversion going forward from rental to condo, that the city require a reserve fund study being done and that amount being put in the reserve before a conversion is granted?
I would agree. Reserve fund studies are legally mandated to be completed every 3 years and condo boards should be following the recommendations, whether they choose to or not. That's up to them, but I would definitely support that.
Yeah, but they're not mandated for conversion. But you think we should mandate them for conversion before conversion is done so that the new owners aren't stuck with the bill?
I would highly support that. I would not be in the position I am right now.
Yes, I know you wouldn't. That's why I've raised it. And one final question. Have you looked at eliminating the parking garage altogether and you'd have less parking, but would you have enough parking?
We'd have to go through the entire site plan amendment approval and have to hire engineers, et cetera. The engineering firm that we hired, Predium Engineering, said that process would end up running us a lot longer and it would cost more money than eliminating the parking garage altogether, unfortunately.
Okay, so eliminating the parking garage is the only solution. Thank you again, Justin, for everything you're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Carpenter.
Okay, are there further questions? The delegation, Councilor Curry.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. Could you repeat that last little bit that to create surface parking, you'd have to site plan alter, which would cost you more money?
Between the requirements and the space that we have on the site, we wouldn't meet minimum requirements and we'd have to ask for variances and approvals. And the engineer said that the process that we'd be put through from their recommendation that we're following would be a longer process that would leave us without parking for longer, as well as cost us more money in the long term and than trying to fill in or repair the garage.
You don't mean cost you more money than the 3.5 million. You do mean that.
That's what we were advised. / we most likely wouldn't have the space. We'd also have to go through a condominium declaration amendment because all of the spots are titled. So that requires us to have 90% of condo owners pass a legal amendment to our condo corporation, which is almost impossible in Ontario. It's a very difficult process.
Wow. Thank you.
Anyone further? Councillor Martin.
Thank you. The cost to have all the parking on the surface, I'm assuming that includes doing the repair works to the foundation so the building doesn't fall into the parking garage.
Our parking garage is a separate building from the actual garage itself, so they are fully separated. So the building itself probably also needs repairs, and that's to be determined, but this is the start.
How many stories is the parking garage?
The parking garage is it's a 3 levels total, 1 underground, 1 main level, and 1 above.
Okay. And the condo board now, are there any members that were on it previously when all these problems were ignored?
Only one who was on there for a 1-year term and was shut down consistently while they were on that board. The board is 3 people total.
Okay, thank you. Good luck with it.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you. We'll be dealing with this shortly.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, we now would ask Rich Padulo, who's coming in virtually, to come forward regarding item 6.1.7, treat accessibility, making trick or treating accessible in Brantford. Please note, Rich, you have up to 10 minutes for your remarks, inclusive of questions of the delegation. And I see you're already on the screen. So when you're ready, please start.
Thank you very much to everybody. And I promise this is a sweet conversation. I'd first also like to thank all the members of the team at Brantford who have helped get this forward, as well as Mayor Davis for shooting a video with us recently. Treat Accessibly is a movement founded by my family. We are not a nonprofit. We're not a charity. We're an Ontario-based family that started this movement that has now achieved national standard. Myself, I'm the proud dad of the 10-year-old winner of the Rick Hansen Difference Maker Award. I'm the founder of Treat Accessibly, and I'm an appointee to the Ontario Accessibility Advisory Standards Committee. The video or the image that you see on the left-hand side is a lawn sign that has been created specifically for the city of Brantford, thanks to your support. The logo in the right-hand corner is a small token of our appreciation. If we can move to the next slide. As of 2021, 100,000 of our lawn signs have become available across the country. This started with 1 lawn sign at our home in order to help a child in our street who used a mobility device to get around. And we chose to pick a lawn sign because we didn't actually know the little boy. We just saw him and his family going to the park on a regular basis. Knowing he was in our neighborhood, we wanted to create an accessible Halloween experience at our home. The sign on the right was a billboard that dominated the Yonge and Dundas Square as of 2021. So we're incredibly honored by how the movement has come to fruition the way it has, and it's done so very much because of cities like Brantford championing them in the community. We can move over to the next slide. Just to put things in perspective, there are 400,000 children with mobility, sensory, and intellectual disabilities in Canada today. If you were to take that number and dimensionalize it, that there are 400,000 grade 1 students in public schools across Canada today. So it's quite an impact across multiple youth generations in our country, and that's only the tip of the iceberg. There are 6.2 million people who identify with disabilities in our country today. That's 22%. So this movement does not only support the children and the families of the children, but also those in the homes that have disabilities that may make it difficult for them to go to the door and participate in Halloween the way we all do. The actual Halloween experience that we create is asking people to do it from their garage, the end of their driveway, or from their trunk, to create more of a community experience, an inclusive experience, and one that kind of gets us all out there and seeing each other again, which is a nice turn and pivot from the last couple of years. We can move forward to the next slide. In 2021, we created over 166 million impressions for accessible inclusion at Halloween. 41 million of those were created from the media covering our story because cities like yourself brought it to the forefront. We also, with 100,000 lawn signs on lawns, create over 400 impressions from each lawn sign alone, generating that kind of, and that's an average. The average neighborhood could be as high as 1,000 impressions. That's the homeowner seeing it, everybody on Halloween seeing it, but we ask homeowners to put it out a week before Halloween. So the impact is like literally 100,000 little mini billboards championing accessibility. So it's very important to have them out, and the impact does not just affect Halloween itself. We can move forward to the next slide. This is an example of other cities that have come on board to support us, from the city of Vaughan, Ajax, Brampton. Vaughan and Toronto last year passed binding resolutions to champion accessible inclusion at Halloween on an annualized basis through their corporate communications. This will be one of the items that I'd like to ask Brantford to consider following this Halloween. We can move forward to the next slide. This is a key example of the binding resolution that was passed by the City of Toronto. And our goal is, with every city now, to expand out across the country with similar actions that we're taking in other provinces. We can move forward. A small example of what's being done in 2022, over 400,000 boxes of Kinder Halloween candy, thanks to the Ferrero Corporation, will hold the Treat Accessibly message and deliver people to the website to learn how to participate. Every RE/MAX office across English Canada will be distributing lawn signs for free to people. Canadian Tire is championing 7 Treat Accessibly Halloween villages. One of them was in the city of Hamilton, nearby, on October 16th. And several other partners, including Toyota and more, are championing the movement now. We can move forward. Here's an example of what is on the box of every one of those candies. We did leave some to share. I'm not sure if Mayor Davis shared them with anyone at the office. We can move forward. This is a small example of some of our actions in 7 cities across Canada starting this weekend, in Ottawa and Halifax, respectively, on Saturday, Sunday. We locked down a city street for the entire day and create a free accessible trick-or-treating experience where we bring in musicians, people from a galaxy far, far away in full costumes, and have the homes fully decorated. These are all volunteer homes. We cover all the costs involved in executing this event and work with the city to get the permits to close it down. At the bottom of this page is a registration. And if anybody wants to register or share for the Hamilton event on October 16th, they're more than welcome. We can move forward. And for our hopes for the city of Brantford, before I open the floor to any questions, is that in addition to the wonderful video that we were able to shoot with the mayor to promote the free lawn sign distribution that you'll be having at several of your civic buildings and events, we asked that Brantford also pass a binding resolution similar to Toronto, Vaughan, and the one in the works with Ottawa. And that is Treat Accessibly and the incredible support Brantford's already providing for it.
Thank you, Rich. Councillor Van Tilburg.
This is very impressive. I see quite a different number of ways you're trying to broadcast the issue or highlight the issue. They're all different. When it says download, some of the stuff I don't understand, other stuff I understand when you say about put, lawn signs up and that. So I'm going to throw something out there that I know nothing about, but it might fall into your field or something to consider. Is there a way where people who want to be a part of this can be on a universal page where it's a mapped system eventually, if you can get to there, instead of just manual lawn signs or block parties, where people could literally pull up on their phone or a computer, hey, these are the people participating in treats this year?
It's a fabulous question, Councillor. Our goal is to permit that to be part of the process by 2025. Initially, the lawn signs create, and I'm sure many of you councillors are familiar with the impact of lawn signs. The lawn signs create fantastic awareness and impact in the community. When we go digital, it tends to lose its teeth a little bit in these earlier phases of the movement growth.
Further questions? No? Seeing none, thank you, Rich. We'll be dealing again with this very shortly. We
Thank you,
really
Frank.
appreciate you coming forward. This is
Thank you
great.
very
Thank
much.
you. Okay, next we would ask Gwen Chapman, who is here in person, to please come forward regarding item 7.10, native plantings. And please note, Gwen, you have 10 minutes for your remarks, inclusive of questions from the committee. Please get comfortable, and when you're ready, proceed.
Good evening. I'm not sure I will be comfortable because I've never done this before. So
You'll do fine.
promise, do you promise? You promise? Okay, good evening, Brantford Council. My name is Gwen Chapman and I am a Butterfly Way Ranger. The mandate of David Suzuki Butterfly Way Ranger program is to promote planting of plants and trees that are native to Canada, in our case, the Carolina zone, thus creating a pollinator pathway. I joined the Butterfly Way program last year to educate people about the importance of saving the native pollinators, especially the monarch butterflies and the native bees. In 1987, E.O. Wilson wrote a paper called "The Little Things That Run the World." He was talking about what would happen if planet Earth lost its insects. Several things would happen. We would lose most of our flowering plants because insects are the primary pollinators of 90% of our flowering plants. If we lost our flowering plants, it would collapse the food webs, the energy flow through our terrestrial ecosystem, so that the animals that depend on that energy, the amphibians, the mammals, the reptiles, the birds, and our freshwater fish, would all disappear. The earth would rot because we would have lost the insect decomposers that rapidly turn over nutrients, and only bacteria and fungi would be left to break things down. It would be a mass of things that were decomposing very slowly, and humans would not survive any of those drastic changes. Insects are essential to life as we know it. I am here tonight in support of Councillor Antowski's resolution 7.10 native plants. Thanks. It is imperative that the city of Brantford be on board with this and follow through with the decisions made by this council and the next, and so on, the next council and the next council. Without native pollinators, we lose not only our food source, but we lose those insects, birds, small animals, predators, livestock. 1 of every 3 bites of food you eat has been pollinated. Our native bees are in serious danger. The introduction of European honeybees has been, has been detrimental to our native bees. Did you notice I said European? That's right. The bees that give you honey are not supposed to be here. They take pollen and nectar away from our native bees, and thus the native bee population is declining. I urge the city of Brantford to adopt this resolution and to change its current bylaw standards for lawns, gardens, and boulevards to allow for native plants to be grown because turf lawns support 0 pollinators. And also to change the city gardens to be replaced by native flowers, trees, and grasses. Each year, parks and gardens require thousands of gallons of water. Parks and Rec plants thousands of annuals to beautify those gardens. They grow them, they water them, they plant them, they weed them, and in the fall, they compost them. They have absolutely no benefit to our pollinators. If more of Brantford's gardens were native plants, once they are established, they will reseed themselves, thus producing plants that can be moved to new gardens. They require much less watering and less maintenance time. Think of it as a money-saving plan, as well as less stress on Brantford's waste and water plant. As the city grows, we are losing more and more green space. All new corporate construction should have a percentage of their landscape to be native. When the city replaces trees or adds new trees, this resolution is asking that only native plants or native trees be planted. Native means trees and plants that were in the area before the Europeans came here. Recently, my daughter moved and a notice was put in her mailbox saying that the city was going to plant a honey locust and a hackberry tree on the boulevard. This is on Terrace Hill. Why are these types of trees even considered? I called the park's forestry board, the forestry, and requested the change, asked for a red bud and a red maple, both native trees, both supportive of native pollinators. One oak tree supports 400 native pollinators. Why are non-natives being planted? Education is the key, and by the city setting a good example, residents will follow. Parks, boulevards, road medians, corporate gardens, trails all need to be revitalized to support these natives. The Butterfly Way Rangers, along with the help from Parks Department, installed a native garden and a decommissioned canoe at the trailhead of Scarf Ave. Have you seen it? There's also a pollinator garden at Wilkes Dam, where there used to be a big mess of weeds. The neighbors love what is there now, as opposed to the mess of invasive species and unkempt gardens. You can go down there now and see loads of pollinators on the asters, goldenrod, and other flowers still blooming. You can watch the finches eating the seeds from the plants, which they will likely poop out somewhere, and then a new plant will start. A non-native plant will not support this. There are some really good books I would like to suggest you read. Anything by Doug Tallamy, especially Nature's Best Hope. This is what it looks like. You can get this at the public Brantford Library. And anything by Lorraine Johnson, including A Garden for the Rusty Patch Bumblebee. There is no excuse to not plant native, period. I would be more than happy to speak to any group or person interested in more information. Thank you.
Thank you, Gwen. You did fine. And I must say, you're having an impact. Most people sitting around this table are knocking on doors every day. And I can't believe the number of milkweed plants that I'm seeing in people's front gardens. And I think that's a result of the work that you folks are doing. So thanks for what you're doing. It's having an impact. Councillor Antosky.
Thank you. I agree. You did great.
Thank you.
So part of the resolution is obviously directed at corporate policies, et cetera. But I think part of it is allowing residents to taking away barriers for residents to help who are interested in being part of this. And so would this group be able to help in getting that word out once changes are identified and approved?
Absolutely, this group can help. We are currently 4 Butterfly Way Rangers in Brantford. We have one at Six Nations, one in Simcoe. We also have a Facebook page, Brantford Butterfly Way and surrounding area, where we have 1,000 members currently. We are about 250 pollinator gardens on a map that you can access through that website. And that's why we are here. This is why we are doing what we're doing, because we need to save the pollinators. And I am more than happy to teach anybody about anything. And really, there's no excuse to not plant native at all. There is something native to replace every ornamental out there.
Thanks, Gwen.
Thank you. Councillor McCreary.
Thanks for coming today. You did fine. What do you think about some of the invasive plants that we see along the trails? For instance, we see a proliferation of honeysuckle, which apparently are very attractive to some animals who poop them out. And in some places on our trails, you've got a honeysuckle every 40 or 50 yards. In Norfolk, they hacked them out. What do you think? What do you think we should be doing about those? And buckthorn and the little weedy pink things that I can't remember the names of.
That could be a loaded question. What should you do about it? They shouldn't be planted, for one thing, and they should be removed. When you go down to, say, Wilkes Dam and that trail between Wilkes Dam and Waterworks Park, in the spring, there is nothing in there. And I mean, nothing in there except garlic mustard, grapevines growing up the trees. And yes, they are native, but they're still detrimental to the trees. Their burdock shouldn't be in there. When you look, you should be seeing Canadian anemone and golden Alexander, and there's a multitude of things that should be in there. And because there are so many invasive species plants in there, we don't have them because the invasive species just overpower what what natives we can put in there.
Is that a project somebody can undertake to turn areas like that into the types of things that you promote?
That is not a project that 4 women can take over.
I thought
But-
4 women could do anything.
We can do a lot. However, I would highly recommend that you hire goats. Hire goats to go through the trails and eat all the stuff that the deer won't eat, because the deer won't eat garlic mustard. You can eat garlic mustard, but the deer certainly won't eat it. Goats would eat the buckthorn. They eat Canada thistle. They eat everything. I would hire goats.
Are they unionized?
No, I don't think so. But really, I've done some watching of this, and it actually, I have said to the girls in the group, I said, we need goats. We need goats.
We saw that in an orchard in Norfolk earlier in the year. Hundreds of goats.
Yeah.
That's what you're talking about is
Yes.
rent a goat.
Rent a goat,
Rent a goat. Okay,
or many in our case.
sure.
There are places on trails that are just so overrun with invasives and down trees and stuff that you can't go anywhere without seeing what you're supposed to see here. Like, I don't know how to explain it. I could sit here for hours and talk to you about this, but my point is that the city itself, the city people, council, whoever, if you start putting in more natives, there will be less invasives. So if you put in Canadian anemone into the green space down at by the Indian Dam at the river, it eventually will take over the garlic mustard. So to go for a walk along the trails in the spring and not see flowers that are supposed to be here, it's very disheartening.
Yeah.
It's very
Thank you very
disheartening.
much for this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Gwen. We've actually gone over by 1.5 minutes, but thank you for your presentation, and we'll deal with it shortly. Thank you. Members of the committee, we have one presentation this evening, so I would ask Ben Vanderveen and Amanda Gebhardt is in person, and Justin Jones is coming in virtual from WSP Canada Inc. To present on item 6.1.1 Trail Safety Audit Report. And a reminder, you have 15 minutes to present. Questions will be held until debate on this item.
Hello, thank you for having us here today. My name is Amanda Gebhardt, and this is my colleague Beth Vanderveen, and we are landscape architects with WSP. Today, we're going to provide an overview of the audit report, including including engagement summary, inventory mapping, education and etiquette, and phasing priorities. Brantford truly has a first-rate trail system, drawing people from throughout Ontario to enjoy the vast network, which facilitates connections to nature as well as to adjacent local area municipalities. Active transportation tourism is a fast-growing industry bolstered by the boom of trail users triggered by the pandemic. Trails can be leveraged for economic benefit, and it is important to continue to invest in your trail infrastructure assets to reflect the increased pressures of demand and to maximize the economic and social benefits that trails that a safe and quality trail system will bring. The audit report highlights a few key aspects of action items and focus areas, including surfacing. Trails throughout the network require repaving and resurfacing due to degradation. Intersections and crossings, line paint and signage were not always consistent with OTM Book 18. Erosion exists along the granular trails on side slopes and on excessive longitudinal slopes. AODA features are recommended at road crossings and excessive slopes as well. Hazardous vegetation is encroaching along the trail and exists throughout the network. Ponding and saturation is occurring on some of the granular trails, making them difficult to traverse. A series of engagement opportunities were conducted, including a problem and opportunities workshop where we consulted and collaborated with the mayor, councillors, Ministry of Transportation, Brant Waterways Foundation, and other local advocacy groups. Let's Talk Brantford Community Campaign consulted and confirmed the trail audit assessments with residents, truthing the work that we had done in the field. And then those comments were integrated into our recommendations in order to really inform what we wanted to bring forward to the community. The report includes an education plan that was developed to address tensions between users. E-bikes, cyclists, pedestrians, off-leash dogs were identified as issue items. And these tend to stem from a lack of trail etiquette. As a solution, we recommended applying trail etiquette best practices, and we provided a list that those can be delivered both passively and actively in the report. The report includes an education plan that outlines how those initiatives can be executed. Passive program recommendations include things like signage, pavement markings, trail etiquette messaging, as well as examples of active programs that are deployed successfully by other municipalities and organizations, such as the Trail Ambassador Program, youth bike training, and community and neighborhood trail events.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ben Vanderveen. I'm a landscape architect from WSP. Thank you for all coming here and giving us the time to present our report. So as part of the trail audit, a number of our trail experts from WSP went and did a rather enjoyable cycling tour of the shared use paths in the city of Brantford. We used a Esri Survey 123 ArcGIS program to gather georeference data and photo inventory of all of the trail safety issues that we saw, as well as some of the amenity opportunities that we thought would be appropriate for the trail system. We used that data to then consolidate and confirm with some of our engagement, with some of the city councilors that I see here today. We produced a completed map identifying trail safety issues, as well as the amenity opportunities. And we created a findings and recommendations table with 309 safety issues and amenity opportunities. That's really the meat and potatoes of the report itself. Can you go to the next one there? So you can see on this slide, total of 309 audit items. Each one of these items is given a GPS ID. The trail name is identified, the trail type, whether it's asphalt or granular, was identified. And each was given a proposed solution and a treatment description. So if you have the time to look through the report, you'll be able to see.
Light bedtime reading, don't worry.
That's right. You'll be able to see where each of those lines up with our, in a detailed way with our phasing priorities. Our team also created mapping of the shared use paths in the city of Brantford. This is one of the sample results maps. This one is a lot busier than the other three. As we noted, there were quite a few more issues on some of the downtown trails. I'm thinking due to their high usage and probably the fact that they've been around for a little while longer. And now to the important stuff here. So we gave each of the safety issues and amenity opportunities phasing priority. These were based on how impactful the safety issue, or we thought the safety issue was, basically the risk associated with the safety issue. So each one of the items that we thought could injure a person who is using a trail just on their own, separate from other people using it around them, those were considered the highest priorities, such as vegetation encroachment and hazard trees that we thought could fall on the trail, as well as asphalt degradation and uneven surfaces for granular. So we took the budget of $125,000 between the years of 2022 and 2031, and we split it up between items that we thought would make sense from a construction basis and a safety basis. Essentially, items that we thought were caused the biggest risk and could also be kind of consolidated into one area or one type of fix that would be a lot more efficient to fix at the same time. So in 2022, we're proposing degradation remediation citywide, some of the really high priority safety issues, as well as vegetation encroachment, hazard tree and branch removal. And then some spot resurfacing and erosion mitigation on the Ford View, Gilkinson, and S.C. Johnson trails. 2023, asphalt degradation remediation on portions of the Wayne Gretzky Parkway Trail. And forgive me if I'm mispronouncing this, but the Daubeny Trail. Never heard it spoken before. And then to upgrade the Royal Park Trail to a 2-meter wide asphalt surface. 2024, again, asphalt degradation remediation along the Wayne Gretzky Parkway Trail. It's quite a long trail. There's quite a few asphalt degradation issues. That bleeds into 2025, along with some asphalt degradation fixes on the LE and N and Veterans Memorial Trails. And then signage and understory signage updates and understory removal at blind corners that we thought could cause a hazard for users heading in opposite directions. 2026, remediation of the excessive longitudinal slope and slope instability along the Hamilton Brantford Rail Trail. If any of you have ever biked along there, you'll know exactly what I'm referring to. It's just west of Colborne Street. It's quite a steep area that has erosion issues. We can go to the next slide there, Amanda. And then going on to 2027, loose granular surface remediation on the Hamilton Brantford Trail is paved, or sorry, it's the granular used on this trail was a little bit too, has pieces that are too large. They need to be pounded into the surface, and then the whole surface should be relayed with a limestone screening. And then asphalt repaving along the S.C. Johnson Trail between ICOM Drive and Earl Haig Family Park. 2028, asphalt repaving for Ford View Trail from Veterans Memorial Parkway to the pedestrian bridge, and asphalt paving of uneven granular trail close to River Road, I believe, on the S.C. Johnson Trail. Asphalt repaving in 2029 for the Powerline Trail, and then asphalt repaving for, it's actually the Henry Street Trail, but right off of Wayne Gretzky Parkway and asphalt repaving for the remainder of the Daubeny Trail that goes through the woodlot up to Valentine Drive. And then 2031, again, if you biked along the Hamilton Brantford Rail Trail, especially in the spring or fall, you probably noticed the saturation issues that happen on the granular surfacing there. So we've come up with a schematic solution for this area as well. We added a 2032 and beyond phase because, as you can see, most of the remediation was surfacing. We weren't actually able to fit a lot of the AODA and line paint and sign upgrades, lighting upgrades into that 2022 to 2031 budget that we were provided, along with a lot of the amenity upgrades. So if budget would become available, we've decided to add this 2032 and beyond, or alternatively before then, exactly if budget became available.
Thank you. And this is one of the only projects I've ever had my staff vying to come here to go cycle around. They truly enjoyed it, and there was bribery happening. It was tough, but I know we all enjoyed working on this project, and you really do have a great asset here with your trail system. Justin, any comments to add in our last few minutes? Not to put you on the spot.
No, I don't think so, Amanda. I just, just echoing the comments from our team, and just thanks to the City of Brantford's great staff and to so many of the council members who sat down with us for discussions about the trails and who informed this work. So yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, questions will come at debate time. So yeah, I appreciate your presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, that moves us into items for consideration. And the first one is committee will entertain debate on items on the agenda. We'll start with item 7.3, 7.2, 7.3, and 7.10, as these are resolutions. And the first one is 7.2, and that's Mayor Davis. Could you move your motion and state your seconder, Mr. Mayor, please?
Yes, this is in reference to 793 Colburn Street, the building permit fee reductions moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Cheryl Antosky. Whereas the building code 1992 provides that a council municipality may pass bylaws requiring the payment of fees and prescribing the amount of said fees and applications for the issuance of building permits. And whereas the municipal act allows municipality may impose fees or charges on a person for services and activities provided at or done by or on behalf of it. Guess you can tell lawyers drafted this one. Whereas City of Brantford bylaw number 34, 2022, being a bylaw of fixed fees and charges, provides that where council determines that the waiver or reduction of any fee or charge provided within such bylaw other than a planning fee is in the best interest of the city, council may waive or reduce said fee or charge by way of a resolution of duly constituted meeting of council where the manner for waiving said fee or charge is not specified in any applicable legislation or regulation or within any other bylaw of the city. And whereas the property at 793 Colburn Street requires a major rehabilitation of its on-site parking garage, and the ownership is a not-for-profit condo corporation, and many owners in the building are seniors on a fixed income. Now, therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to provide a refund of 50% of the building permit fee for the rehabilitation of the parking garage at 793 Colburn Street. And if I may speak to this,
please.
So this is a condo corporation across the street from the condo corporation that I live in. It's a building I'm quite familiar with as I walk past it almost every day when walking my dog. And Justin approached me in July, explained the predicament that the owners were in, and I immediately understood, since I served on the condo corporation board of my condo corp that I live in for about 10 years before I decided to run for council. So I was quite familiar with the issues, and in particular the importance of setting aside money for what you're suggested you should do by engineers in what's called the reserve fund study. And the reserve fund study looks at all the improvements that are needed in a condo and how long like roads will last and sewers and pipes, et cetera. And it tells you how much money the condo corp should set aside each year to make sure that those projects can be financed without these special levies. I'm kind of familiar as well with the history of this building. I suspect maybe the prior owner of the building, when it was a rental corp, maybe saw that there was going to be a need to spend a lot of money and flipped it over into condo corp. And thus, I quite agree with Councillor Carpenter. Some of the provisions and measures that should be in place to protect residents so they don't face the same situation these residents face. So we have the situation these residents have. A very expensive project where money had not been set aside properly in the past. Is it the fault of any of the unit owners? I believe not. This is the type of condo that many seniors, when they sell their home, they want to live off their equity, but they don't want to spend it all of the equity from the sale of their home on the next house purchase. They'll often buy an apartment type condo. And this building was very attractive to seniors in that situation because the prices for condos in that building are at the lower end of the apartment condo market. So, and knowing some of the residents in the building that many were seniors on fixed income, when I heard that they were facing special assessments of like $35,000 to $55,000, depending on how many bedrooms they had in their apartment or their condo, it was, I could just imagine the shock of getting that. And the difficulty and predicament Justin and his board members have on dealing with this. They're all, most of them, pretty new board members. And it's a real testament to their dedication to the condo corp and to properly serving under the requirements of the Condo Corporation Act, that they're persevering and making some pretty tough decisions. So I checked with staff to see what we could do for them. And although this is not a significant contribution to cost, I think it is rather symbolic, and it demonstrates that we have sympathy for their situation. We're trying to help, even though it's in a small way. And I asked the board, you know, would they want 100% fee reduction? And they said no. They thought it was important that they should pay something for the building permit because they understand that there's a process and city staff have to spend a lot of time reviewing the building permit application. They felt that there should still be a fee of some kind. So this is, I think, an appropriate balance. And I'm asking if everybody could please support this to help the seniors and also new families that have moved in here, you know, their first home purchase. And unfortunately, it's going to be a very difficult predicament for them. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and look forward, I think, to unanimous support on this one.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cheryl Antosky, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair Sless. And the mayor's last comments were echoing. I wanted to also bring up the seniors are certainly suffering, but I've got 3 kids in and around Justin's age, and I can't even, you know, you like you said, you save every bit of money you have and trying to get into this market so you can get your foot in, and then you're slapped with this, and so really kind of, and you know, not to take away that it's a hit for anybody in between those gaps either, but it's there's a large population that this significantly impacts in a different way. And you know, as Councillor Carpenter said, you know, I'm sorry that you ran into this and that you're taking it on, but I'm very grateful that you're taking it on because I know that you'll protect the residents there, and I know that they will be very grateful to have this in your capable hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McCreary.
Thank you, Chair Sluss. Through you to staff, could staff indicate the value of 50% of the building permit? Costs? Can we not provide Andy with closer seating?
Good evening, Andy McMahon, Chief Building Official. Through the chair to you, Councillor McCreary, the permit fee is calculated as just over $14,000 as is. So a 50% reduction would take it to just over $7,000.
And Andy, what would our total all up cost be in providing that permit? Cost to the city of Brantford?
the cost to the city to provide the review and
Your time, your
inspection?
expertise,
Um,
your electric cars.
that's not something I could put a number to right now.
How many hours would it take?
Again, that's hard to say. We don't know how long the construction of that project would take, the rehabilitation, and how many times staff would be called out there to inspect. Currently, we have the permit reviewed and ready to issue.
How much time in to date?
We probably have, upwards of 15 to 20 hours, I would say.
Okay. Your inspection schedule will be specified, correct? There'll be inspections at certain stages of the work.
There are certain stages that require inspection. Typically with a project like that, when it's a rehabilitation, it's really left to the discretion of the inspector and the on-site contractor to make arrangements to see everything that needs to be seen.
So what would your estimation be? Let me rephrase the question. What would your estimation be of our total time in on this?
I would say staff would probably be on site once or twice a week for, approximately an hour per inspection for the duration of the contract.
So we don't have a specified schedule of inspections. So for instance, when you build a deck, for instance, you have an inspection when you drill the hole. You have an inspection after you set the concrete. You have an inspection when you put the framing up. You have an inspection on completion. Does that not apply to this work as well? Those scheduled specified times for inspections?
You're correct. It does. The building code has required inspections, and typically they're, inspection for excavation prior to pouring concrete. And then it's just described as a framing inspection. Typically with a deck, that's one inspection, or a house, that's one inspection. But when we do a framing inspection on a multi-story building, such as a 3-story parking garage that's being rehabilitated, or for example, a 10-story tower, a framing inspection doesn't happen once. It happens with numerous stages.
But there is a schedule that's followed.
There is required inspections, a framing inspection, a final inspection.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Martin?
Yes, thank you. I'll be supporting this. As was indicated, this is more a symbolic thing because of the amount that it represents on the total cost of the project. But more importantly, I think what we have to remember is this might not be the only special assessment these people face in the next few years. It sounds like there's other things coming forward that will be a whammy against them again. So luckily they have some good management now and will be able to plan for the future, but it's unfortunate they were put into this situation by shoddy planning and not proper management of their reserves.
Thank you. Councillor Carp?
Thank you. Been involved with this for some time, trying to find solutions to what was a condo conversion. We, the city, granted the condo conversion to Magna to convert their rental property into a condominium. We didn't see this coming. We know it now, of course, and we have policies in place to prevent this from happening in the future. But I have to say, I feel somewhat responsible as a city politician, having granted condo conversion for this without fully thinking it through about the building and the quality the building was in. Now, if you look at the condo conversion, and when condominiums are developed, when the terms of reference for the condominium rules and regulations are developed, we should be making sure we have a standardized, and I've talked to staff about this, some kind of a standardized form, because the terms of reference here appointed the owner as the property manager. And the only way to get rid of that owner was 80% of the residents had to vote. You never get 80% of the residents anything. So that was like a manager for life. And and Justin and I had this conversation. I'm glad that he came on board because he's very tenacious and was able to make those changes that are necessary so that the board could be a full functioning board that wasn't governed by so much property manager as the previous boards were. And every single person that got on the board that tried to make changes that didn't have a job or some employment through the property manager made it very difficult to make these changes. And the parking garage is falling apart. Residents came to me and said the parking garage is dropping chunks of cement on my car. And it was us, the city, that instituted the issue that the garage had to be maintained. So the message is clear to all condominium owners everywhere that when you have a reserve fund study, pay attention to it. It's there for a reason. The money in reserve fund study is you own a share of that. And I know most real estate don't understand that, but when they're looking at an estimated value of a condo corporation, they need to look at the reserve fund study and say that has a healthy reserve fund study and that share is yours when you're buying that share. Originally, these condos way back sold for $89,000 and the condo fees were $60 a month. They were very inviting to those on the ground floor trying to get into housing. Little did they realize what was coming their way. And that was when you have the reserve fund study that's required after condo conversion instead of before, that's a problem that should be rectified from the Condo Act itself. But the condo reserve fund study was done afterwards. And then every 3 years after that, well, the next 3 years, it's updated to the construction manual prices. And then it's done a full reserve fund study the following 3 years again by an architect or engineer to say what will last and how long it will last for. So they do have a lot of issues going forward. But I think very clearly with the leadership now that's there, this condo will be well on its way to becoming a very good investment. So I don't want people to think this is not a place to buy. I think this is still a very good investment. Will be much more investment going forward with the leadership that we have here and Justin, for example, and the rest of the board. And again, I'll thank the board members don't get paid, by the way. There's no honorarium. They get nothing. But a lot of headaches and a lot of phone calls, everybody calling them, my pipe's broken. They think the condo board members are managers. I know Mayor Davis will realize this too. He served on a board, as did I. So it's a lot of work. And I do thank you, Justin, for doing that and for turning this condo corporation around. And I want to give a warning that this developer owned another one on Gray Street that was a condo conversion, yet forward to those surprises are yet to come our way. So we have since, and the staff will verify, hopefully by the time we get to council, that we do have policies in place that a reserve fund study is done on conversion, not just we restrict conversions to the amount of vacancy rates. We've done that, but we also need to make sure that we do, anybody wants to do a condo conversion, that they do a reserve fund study first, put that money in the bank, so that the owners now own that money as part of the reserve fund, and they're not going to be burned later on with an updated reserve fund study that makes them pay. We've had developers come here and try and do that. So thank you, Justin, for what you're doing. I appreciate it very much, and I'll be supporting this. Well, Hardy, thank you for bringing it forward, Mr. Mayor.
Are there further speakers? Seeing none, could you call the question, Madam Clerk?
Councillor Wall? Sorry, Councillor Wall, are you?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Item 7.2, 793 Colborne Street Building Permit Fee Reduction is carried unanimously on a recorded vote. Those in favor, Mayor Davis, Councillor Secoli, Vanderstelt, Etley, Les McCurry, Martin Carpenter, Antosky, Van Tilburg, and Wall.
Thank you. That brings us to item 7.3, which is asset disposition policy and public engagement. I believe that's you, Councilor McCurry. Could you move it and state your seconder, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My seconder is Councillor Martin. And do you require me to read the resolution?
Yes.
I shall commence. Whereas City Council is governed both by provincial regulations and by rules and procedures created by City Council itself, and whereas decision-making occurs within the boundaries of those regulations and rules and procedures, and whereas the sale of a municipal asset to finance other municipal priorities was properly conducted well within those boundaries, and whereas despite the propriety of that decision and action, some in the community expressed opposition in the form of sadness and anger and hate. And whereas much of the opposition was directed at the process followed in soliciting public opinion and input, and whereas a more protracted and broad-based consultation might have been appropriate, and whereas policy is absent, which would allow for a framework for future disposition of municipal assets and public input. Now, therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to create a report summarizing available policy options to govern the disposition of municipal assets, including solicitation of public input, to be presented to City Council no later than 31 March of next year. And B, that a public consultation task force be established, that the task force be comprised of 5 members of council to be appointed this November 22nd appointments committee meeting, and 3 members of the public to be appointed through the appointments process. And 2, that the task force be supported by City of Brantford staff liaisons selected by CAO Hutchings, who will provide technical and operational advice and staff assistance. A member of the clerk's department to assist with agenda preparation and minute taking, and other staff is needed to support the mandate of the task force. And that the mandate of the task force is to review and make recommendations to City Council through Committee of the Whole operations regarding public input, delegations, presentation, referenda, and all other means of public engagement on all matters. And the term of the task force be established until such time as the task force, in consultation with support staff, recommends disbandment, having achieved their mandate. And Mr. Chair, very briefly, I will highlight a background and what we think we can accomplish with respect to the task force. An earlier speaker referenced the sale of the Airedale Golf Course as during the presentation by Sandra Bigger. So to summarize what I've summarized within the resolution itself, the process was legitimate. It was honest. It followed the rules and procedures established by this council and other jurisdictions with respect to how we delegate, how we debate, and how we arrive at decisions. We did nothing wrong. We stayed within, the boundaries, certainly. That golf course, for all intents and purposes, has been sold to Elite MD. They have waived all conditions. The City of Brantford holds a significant financial deposit, and that will close very soon. That is the conclusion to that piece of this issue. The proceeds are going to be invested in building I should say that on that land, the
Councilor Curry, we should deal with the resolution that's on the floor. We're talking about creating a task force, not the sale of Airedale. It was referenced earlier, Mr. Chair, and I wanted to clarify any misconceptions that may have arisen. Yeah. On that land, there will be housing built, and the proceeds will go to build affordable housing in the City of Brantford elsewhere. So going forward, there can be some recognition that perhaps the public consultation could have been more broad. That was certainly felt by some in the community. And it was approached as a resolution, which it's a one-off act of this council, which did not review other options, other opportunities, by view of the nature of the action brought before us as a resolution. There were no options presented, simply a resolution before us on which we acted. So this will establish a process whereby future councils may choose to liquidate assets which are no longer performing, which are undervalued, and we can establish a policy and procedure for approaching that, which may be more finite, more definitive, and more clear to the public. So that is what this task force and resolution before us hopes to accomplish, Mr. Chair, and I would hope that everybody here would support it. Thank you, Councilor Curry. Are there further speakers to the resolution? Seeing none. Oh, Councilor Carpenter.
I guess everybody's waiting for me, and then there'll be other speakers. On the third whereas, the sale of municipal assets to finance other municipal priorities was properly conducted well within those boundaries. I take exception to the word well, and I'd like that taken out. You can say within the boundaries. Well within the boundaries suggests that we had lots of room. And in fact, we're talking about a previous sale that was done in the throes 8 days before Christmas time, when everybody's busy doing Christmas things, and within the boundary timeline, sure, but was it well within the boundary lines? I disagree with that. And on the 6th paragraph, whereas it says a more protracted and broad-based consulting might have been appropriate. It sure would have been appropriate. Might, I take exception to the word might. It was appropriate and called for. In fact, they tried to move an amendment that was turned down to have further consultation. Which is suggested here when we sell property. So those are my concerns with this resolution, and this is something that should be deferred to the next council, who should make the decision about what they're going to do in this regard, not this council at the dying hours of this council. It just seems like it's a lot of political theater at this point. Thank you.
Chair, that comment crosses a line. And I think the speaker should be sanctioned for that.
Right. Okay, yeah. I guess the clerk says it was a point of privilege. So. I can't. Are you redacting your statement?
Talking to me?
Yes. No.
Chair, I raised the point.
Sorry,
of
I'm talking to
privilege.
Councillor Carpenter.
The prior speaker used the phrase political theater, which attributes motive other than the seriousness of the debates before us here. It's an affront to this committee and affront to the community. And I would ask that he apologize or that the chair sanction.
I guess saying that I'm an affront to the community is not another slight. I'll retract it, surely.
Thank you, Councillor Carpenter. Further,
Sorry, I didn't hear the apology bit.
I think he retracted it, if I understood correctly. So it's stricken from the record. Are there further speakers to this resolution? Seeing none, call the question. You're too far down there, Councillor Van Tober. My apologies.
Oh, yeah, here in the bushes. My goodness, how a council can handle something so well in 2016 and fumble it so badly in 2019. With deliberate
Objection
actions.
or whatever,
to
point of
prevent-
order,
With deliberate actions, I will follow through with this.
point of order.
With deliberate actions to put forward the passing of a resolution.
Hello?
1 second, there's a point of order. Councillor Wall.
Yeah, this council conducted itself in a professional manner and didn't fumble anything. We did our job. I didn't fumble anything.
Well,
Did I
that
not
will
do
be
my job?
explained. And that will
Okay.
be explained because that
There's
is
no
actually
cross
the
debate
the
here.
reason for this resolution before us. We can see a fumbling with regards to public input after the fact. That in itself is a fumbling. When we look at numerous freedom of information, so that is a fumbling. When we have to be followed through with judicial review,
Point of
that is
order.
fumbling. When we have protest
Point of order.
occupations on a piece of property, that is a fumbling. And that is why
This is an
we have
embarrassment
this
to
piece
this
of,
council.
I'm agreeing with what's coming before us.
Point of order, please.
Certainly, Chair.
Can we please be civil in this room?
I think I'm being
there's
very
cross debate
civil.
Going on, there's accusations going on both ways. I'm not picking on one side or the other. I'm trying to
Yes.
chair a meeting that's becoming a classroom of kindergarten.
I'm
Let's
stating,
Please be professional.
I'm stating facts that are on the record and well documented and nothing beyond. And I believe that this resolution is designed to address those factors so that we don't run into the exact things that I have just discussed. And while that may bother some people, that is the reason why this has come forward. And from myself, from my perspective of what other recreational assets and properties that we have that can cost go on the block. And let's put this clearly. I'm thinking of Earl Hague and Sanderson Center, and we have the airport, number of things. The way we do it matters. It absolutely matters. Much of the turmoil in my ward, person against person, could have been avoided had we spent a little money and rented the Sanderson Center. And so I believe that we actually have a roadmap. I don't think the committee will take too long to sort it out. I'm comfortable with any of the representatives. I also believe that it should be held by the new council and determined, but you know what? I'll live with it either way. What I do know is I hope it never goes down the way it did this last time. And I believe this is as a methodology in order to not have such a recurrence.
Thank you, Councillor Van Tilburg. Are there further speakers to this resolution? Councillor Wall.
Thank you, Councillor Sless. Sandra, the delegate, when she made her presentation, she had mentioned the potential for a change in wording or maybe something like a friendly amendment regarding it not just be the disposition of assets, but to the repurposing of assets. So for example, if we were to take something like the Sanderson Center we own and turn it into a movie theater again, that may upset people. So I'm just curious if there's room in the task force or for the motion for there to be this not just to be for the sale of assets, but for the repurposing of them as well.
Are you moving an amendment, Mr.
I'm
Councillor
wondering
Wall?
if it's friendly to the
Well,
mover
it's
and
up to the
seconder.
mover if it's friendly. Okay, it's friendly. It's been accepted.
I'd also like to point out how that's a great job of us listening to a delegate making a recommendation, which is the entire reason we have committees like this.
Can I raise a point of order, please?
Yes, Councillor Carpenter.
I just want to raise the point of order that when we've been using this practice, it's up to the mover and seconder if it's friendly. It's actually up to the floor, if it's everybody on the floor. So but I'm accepting it as friendly.
Okay.
Awesome. I'd
Carry
like
on.
to continue. Thank you. I'm sorry. I have genuine concerns about the committee and its membership. And I wasn't sure whether I was going to bring it up, but I feel like just the way that this conversation has gone so far tonight, it needs to be brought up. We are all elected by the people we serve to come into this room and to make difficult decisions. And I can't think of a decision that I've made that hasn't impacted somebody in a positive way, a negative way, or a neutral way. I have concerns that we are going to ask people of this community to volunteer to be a part of a committee that's going to sell an assets. And the next thing you know, maybe they're receiving death threats. Maybe they're receiving people showing up at their house, threatening them. Maybe they're receiving people being accosting their families even and saying, oh, I can't believe you were a part of a decision to get rid of something that I loved. But obviously in a less respectful manner, which has happened to members of this committee. I hope that if this committee or task force happens, that there would be protections in place for the people who take the time to volunteer and to serve on those committees, because these are important decisions. And I don't necessarily know that we should be asking volunteers to make those decisions. Or if we do, that we should ensure that they know the risk. They know the risk that if you're going to volunteer to be on a committee and you're going to decide one day to sell the Wayne Gretzky Center or sell the airport, that you may very well face violence, or you may very well face threats. And not just you, but your family too. And that's crazy. That is crazy.
Thank you, Councillor Wall. Further discussion? Seeing none, call the question, Madam Clerk.
Item 7.3, asset disposition policy and public engagement with the friendly amendment is carried on a recorded vote of 10-1. Those in favor, Mayor Davis, Councillor Secoli, Vanderstel, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, and Toski, Van Tilburg, and all those against, Councillor Carpenter.
Thank you. Next is 7.10, native planning, and I believe that's you, Councillor Antosky. If you could state your seconder.
It is. Thank you, Chair Sless. My seconder is Councillor Carpenter. I'm happy to see this come forward. We've seen this happening in a number of municipalities.
Sorry, Councillor Antosky, could you read
You
your
need me to read it,
resolution, please?
sorry. All right. Whereas sections 8, 9, and 10 of the Municipal Act 2001 authorize the Corporation of the City of Brantford to pass bylaws necessary or desirable for municipal purposes. And whereas section 10, paragraphs 5 and 6 authorize bylaws respecting the economic, social, and environmental well-being of the municipality, including respecting climate change and the health, safety, and well-being of persons. And whereas native plants and trees are those that grow in a region in which they evolved and support a wide variety of species and play a key role in supporting biodiversity, including food and shelter for bees and butterflies. And whereas native plants and trees are vital to becoming a climate resilient future for all, now therefore be it resolved, A, that staff be directed to indicate in the climate lens tool and climate and environmental implications section of council reports if the project will include native plantings to capture efforts the city is making to promote biodiversity. And B, that staff be directed to create and maintain a list of native plants and trees on the city's website so that residents can easily access information. And C, that staff review current bylaws that may inhibit plantings of native plants and trees in certain areas and update them or remove them as per section 8, 9, and 10 of the Municipal Act 2001. And D, that staff create corporate policies that align with section 10, paragraphs 4 and 6. And E, that staff be directed to investigate and report back to council with a city policy that supports the predominant planting of native plants and trees by the city. And F, that staff be directed to collaborate with community groups such as Brantford Garden Club, Ontario Horticultural Association, Butterfly Way Project, Rangers, Grand Erie Master Gardeners, Eco Ground Community Gardens, SPAC, to promote gardening and develop communication campaigns to educate the public on various species of native plants. That's just a fancy way to say we have some, pardon the pun, some low hanging fruit here, I think. I think there's some easy projects that can be taken here that don't cost a lot of money, but require the will. And we have some outdated policies, and that's just, that happens. You know, we've got the state of California right now that's offering its residents $6 per square foot for them to rip out their grass, because they are now realizing that grass is a great detriment to biodiversity, to drought situations. We had heard conversation about water-wise plantings and native things. And so not only is it for the corporation to set policies, but we've got you know, many members of the city who want to, for instance, plant their boulevard with native plantings. And right now you can't do that. So there's a lot, I think, here that can be done easily. It can be beneficial to our community in several different ways. A number of years, we designated certain areas as naturalized areas so that parks wouldn't have to go in and cut them down. There's no reason we can't be putting dill seed in there for our swallowtails, and we can be doing milkweed for our monarchs. And I'm telling you, with the group that's online, you post on there that you've got milkweed starts. Everybody's like, can I have them? Where can I get them? So there's some easy ways. And I bet if we put a call out on that website and said, hey, who's collecting dill seed? Who's got milkweed seed? That can be provided to put in all of these areas that we are naturalizing. So why not put these in to attract and create food and habitat for our pollinators? And, you know, to Councillor McCreary's comment about, I thought 4 women could do anything. 4 women can do anything. They just can't do everything. So we'll be looking for some help and support wherever we can get this. It's a great project. It's great for the city. And there are a lot of really passionate people in our community about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Antosky. Are there further? Okay, Councillor Utley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank Councillor Antosky for bringing this subject forward, and certainly the delegate who provided some education on native fauna and plants in our area. It's also raised the topic of what do I do after I retire from politics? And I'm thinking of a rent-a-goat program that may do our community a lot of good at the same time. I'm serious. I fully support this. There's a huge education component to this, and I'm sure that most citizens in our community have no idea what's natural and what's native and what isn't. So I think that's one of the first places to start is how do we educate ourselves? How do we learn to replace non-native plants with more native types which attract wildlife, bees, butterflies, birds, etc. I'm trying to do that myself right now, but I'm not sure I'm doing a really good job of it. So I need all the help I can get. And anyone out there that knows how to raise and train goats, let me know, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Utley. Councillor McCreary.
Chair, thank you. Councillor Antosky will be finishing up this segment of her public service career. It's not to say it'll be the end of her public service career, but the sun will set on her current tenure at the end of next month. Throughout her time here, she has advocated for the natural environment. She's the champion for climate change. And she's the head and the founder, I believe, of our environment committee, and she's going to be missed. And this file is a big file that will certainly benefit from her continued prodding, even though she may be off council, and her participation in some way will be cherished if she can find the time to continue to make this kind of a commitment. The natural plant thing, yeah, it's a no-brainer. You can ask my neighbors how fast naturalized Ontario plants can spread. Anemones in particular and sumacs, they don't know the property line boundaries for some reason. We've got butterfly bush. I posted online, I don't know, a couple of years ago that I had some milkweed seeds. My God, I got an immediate lesson on how to germinate them and a fight over folks wanting to come and pick up pods. So you're having an impact out there with the initiatives, the naturalization and the native plant initiatives. And I think we've got a review of the trade policy coming up starting in 2023. And this may figure prominently in that. We plant a lot of ornamentals. We plant a lot of nuisance trees, crab apples, the honey locusts that are the genus trees rather than the cultivars. So we got some work to do, and it's an opportunity for us to do, as Councillor Antosky and the delegation said, to make a big difference in our community.
Thank you, Councillor McCreary. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to make it clear that wherever possible, I would support this program. But I'm a realist. I guess the concern I have is this, that we know with climate change that the temperature, the average temperature in our area has changed. And we're now actually becoming a different temperate zone, which is one of the reasons why Councillor Antosky was so easily able to convince me to become a climate change advocate. So here's my concern, looking at this a bit rationally, and that is, and so there are some native plants that normally you would find in like lower New York State, upper Pennsylvania, that now because of the warming, now become what should be considered as native plants in our temperate zone. And so I'm not sure if that's the case, but I'm wondering if that is the case or if that's an impact. So I'm hoping that before this comes to council that staff can give us a report and provide us with some input in respect to this resolution. I mean, I very much want to support it, but I'm wondering if there may be a need for an amendment of some kind to reflect the fact that we're going to be, if we're not already, in a different temperate zone. And that may then call for a different set of native plants, maybe native plants that are native to, like I said, lower New York State or upper Pennsylvania. I don't know. I'm just guessing that might be an issue. I'd like to know whether it is an issue or not before we vote on this on a final basis at council next week. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there further for first time? Councillor Carpenter?
Yes, I was happy to support this, but like the mayor, I have some concerns. One of them would be that we're going to allow residents to plant the boulevards. And I'm okay with the planting the boulevards. What I'm concerned about is if they plant the boulevards, if we get something that grows over 3 feet high, and you no longer can see when you're backing into your driveway, and then the children in the neighborhood are at risk. So I want to have some qualifiers around that about what can be planted on the boulevard. There is ability to plant native species on your boulevard that won't reach that height. The second concern I would have is, for example, I have a neighbor who's very much a naturalist, and she has a backyard that's got a really good crop of goldenrod. Now, I also have children who are asthmatic and have allergies, grandchildren, and when they come over, they know that that goldenrod is next door very quickly. So I would like to have some concerns about, we have a noxious weed bylaw. So as long as that doesn't interfere with the noxious weed bylaw, maybe I need some education from Gwen about that. But as long as that isn't part of it, then I'm good with the rest of it. I think we were on the right track here. Certainly the native species of trees. I myself cannot believe we don't plant the native species trees. In fact, when we go through the ward, the trees that are giving us the most problems are those that are not native. In fact, those are the ones lifting the sidewalks up. And the other thing I'm a little concerned about is why we let developers give us these small boulevards so they can get more housing in on their development instead of having a wider boulevard so the tree can be planted and the root system can be sufficient enough to not tear up sidewalks, cost taxpayers money down the road, which is what we're doing now, always fixing sidewalks from trees lifting the sidewalks up because they were not native and the boulevard was too narrow in support of the developer. Now, those are the kinds of things we need to look at going forward. So I'm happy to support my ward mates' resolution and just say, I'll say this again. I'll say it next or in October 4th too. I'm going to miss you very much, Cheryl. Thank you.
Further first-time speakers? No, saying none. I'd just like to say a couple of words if I could, Councilor Antosky, and that is, I fully support this. Like I said earlier, walking around canvassing, I'm starting to see an impact that the folks that were speaking this evening are having on our community, and it's in a positive way. And I think that's a good thing. Actually, last week at we had a planning hearing, and 3 or 4 of us on the council were sitting at that planning hearing. And I asked one of the developers, would you be prepared to put in native species? And there was no pushback at all. So I'm sure it's something that we can build right into our planning process that they put in native trees when they're doing their landscaping. So I think there's a lot here that's achievable and a lot that's doable. And I guess finally, I would just like to say that we said that Cheryl's kind of carried the torch for these types of issues. And I think she's also being the conscience of this council. And Cheryl, we're going to miss that. You truly are. And you've asked to speak again, so please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for all the kind words as well. And I'm really going to go out on a limb here to try and answer some of the questions. And because these ladies are my educator on this, I do the food thing. They've really been educating me on the pollinator plants. In terms of the mayor's concern about, climate change and the changes in temperatures, it's my understanding that's one of the reasons you want to stick with natives, because they evolve as we go. They evolve to what's happening in your, oh, I'm getting nods. All right. So we won't have to correct this later. They evolve to the area that they're growing in. And that's why they're, they're great for drought resistance, etc. I also heard a comment about goldenrod. There is a lot of confusion around goldenrod versus ragweed. So we really need to make sure that we educate ourselves on that. And that is probably one of the most common misconceptions out there. But I guess if you've got allergies, you're going to know what it is. If you've got allergies, it's ragweed. It's probably not goldenrod. And in fact, there are numerous native goldenrod or native plants in the goldenrod family that we can have here. So and to the point about, being concerned about the 3 foot and absolutely all of those things have to be looked at that fit within our safety. But there are other areas where the height won't be, a concern. This is why we've kind of proposed it to, let's go and look at what we've got and what can be updated to fit really the needs and that are unnecessary now. A number of years, I think it was my first or second year on council, we did a very small amendment to the wording in front yards, and we just changed it to horticulture, which now allowed people to put food in their front yard if they wanted, as long as it didn't exceed the 3 feet or have any kind of barriers for safety. So I think there's ways to incorporate all that, and that's all going to come with education as well. Gwen mentioned the website page, which is Brant Butterfly Way. Since I've been sitting here, people have been asking to sign up on it. Anyways, lots of education on there. Join it. It's a pretty interactive group. And I'm sure if you ask a question there, somebody will be able to help you. So I thank all of council for their support. And I hope that support remains there as we move forward and find ways to put all of this into action and move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Antosky. And just, I think you've answered a lot of what the mayor was requesting a memo on. Mr. Mayor, do you still require that memo to be circulated, or has it been answered by Councillor Antosky?
No, I'd still like the input of staff in respect to this resolution. I think, certainly we should welcome input in respect to resolutions of this nature. I'm hoping it'll confirm what we've been told, and I think that would be useful for us to have that, and I'm hoping staff can do that.
Okay, thank you. No further speakers? Seeing none, could you call the question, please, Madam Clerk?
Item 7.10, native plantings is carried unanimously on a recorded vote. Those in favor, Mayor Davis, Councillor Sakoli, Utley Sless, McCurry Martin, Carpenter Antosky, Van Tilburg, and Wall.
Okay, we're now going to replace all the remaining items on the floor that were separated for discussion purposes. And I believe Councillor Wall, you have the resolution to do that.
Yeah, can we get it on the screen? That all items for consideration consent, 6.1 and 6.2 separated for discussion purposes be approved.
Could we have a seconder for that, please?
Yeah, Councillor
Councillor
McCurry.
McCurry. Thank you. Due to the delegations, the presenter will begin with item 6.1.2, which is the Mohawk Lake District Plan Implementation Plan Update. Any discussion? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question through you to staff. It was commented that the group that's renting part of the land can't get on the land because the Survivors Secretariat are controlling it. Given the remediation that was done on that land, is there any area there that hasn't been dug to a depth of 10 feet and soil turned and remediated?
Through the chair, Heidi DeVries, General Manager, People, Legislative Services and Planning. We've actually compiled a list of the documents that were collated as part of the remediation. Not all of the soil was remediated in the same way. There are certain mitigation measures in place, and we'll be working with the Survivor Secretariat to undertake an analysis of which areas were significantly disturbed and which were not, in order to help triage where search efforts may need to focus in this area.
Is there much that wasn't disturbed?
So through the chair, I can't actually answer that question at this time. It really, the search of the Survivor Secretariat is being led by the survivors themselves. So regardless of what our documents may say, the search process is in the hands of the survivors, and the trust that we build with them with respect to the work that was done, whether the work was monitored adequately, whether or not people were actually looking for what the survivors are looking for in the course of that work, all of that still needs to be discussed.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Antosky.
Thank you, Chair Sless. Probably questions for staff, and my question, in no way do I want to take away, because I love the work that you guys have been doing and what you continue to do, and that there's visioning, and I hope that we can move forward. I've got some history on this file, and so I have some concerns that I just want to make sure that we're not going in a circle again, and we're not duplicating efforts, and that we can. Part of the initial problem was that we needed to get everybody together to work on the same page, and that's where we started with what was the mid-sized performance theater. It evolved to the cultural hub. We now have the task force for the Heritage Museum and Culture Space, and now we're hearing about this. And so I fear that we may be backstepping and back into the problem that we had in the beginning. So my question to staff is, are we aware of this plan, which sounds really great? Do we know, will this be coming to that task force? Because that is that task force, and maybe it was discussed in the visioning meeting. But I just guess I'm asking, are my concerns valid, I guess, at this point? Hi, Sarah, thank you.
Through the chair, Sarah Monroe, Director of Economic Development, Tourism and Cultural Initiatives. At this point, the answer really is potentially. So our department, the Economic Development, Tourism and Cultural Initiatives Department, is aware of this proposal from CIHC in partnership with Brant Theatre Workshops. Right now, we don't currently have enough information at the task force level, and that's the Community Heritage and Cultural Space Task Force specifically, to determine if these projects can or could overlap. And a visioning session was conducted about a week and a half ago on September 16th with a working group of that task force. Results will be relayed to that task force at their next meeting. So from our department's perspective, there does appear to be some synergies. There could potentially be some overlap, but because the task force has not yet established a clear vision and they haven't reviewed this specific project, we can't answer at this time whether there is a current overlap.
Okay, thanks, Sarah. I guess we'll just watch as things go forward, and if all parties can just be aware of that and make sure that we move this forward for the best for the community. And I know that's certainly in your hearts because you sit within this cultural community. So thank you for everything, and thanks, Sarah, for your answer.
Mr. Mayor.
Sorry. So in this particular, there are two projects going on that have the name Mohawk Lake in them. I mean, there's this Mohawk Lake District plan, and thank you very much for the update. Very informative, and for the presenters presenting a detailed, some detailed information regarding one part of that project. But there is as well the lake itself and the rehabilitation of the lake. And I'm wondering if staff could just give us, I know it's not part of the report, but for many people, when you talk about the Mohawk Lake District, one of the questions they'll ask, well, what about the lake? And can staff just give us a quick little update where they're at? I know we've been doing oil and grit separators, but where that's at, and when the new council can expect to receive an update in respect to the remediation of the lake.
Through Chair Sluss, I can provide a bit of an overview of where staff are right now with the Mohawk Lake remediation and canal rehabilitation plan. In the hands General Manager of Public Works. So the completed phases right now, Mayor Davis had spoken to the characterization study in the watershed master plan and the installation of the 3 oil grit separators, priority given to those that are in close proximity to the lake and canal. Currently in design in 2022, construction 2023, we're looking at the Shallow Creek Park Restoration and Retrofit Project. So that restoration and rehabilitation of Shallow Creek is underway right now. So the project there is scoped to improve and reconstruct the channel and implementing a wet pond stormwater management facility, within the park. That's Shallow Creek Park. Also, we're looking at Mohawk Canal West Restoration Project. The channel restoration is proposed to be combined with a sediment removal. In the future, you could see coming to council a plan for the lake rehabilitation, as well as the additional 3 oil grit separators that need to be placed as part of the environmental assessment that was done on the Mohawk Lake remediation.
Great, thanks very much.
Further discussion? Councilor McCreary?
Chair, thank you. My apologies. I was out of the room. This question may have been asked. Do we have a plan for the stabilization and conservation of the 2 structures on this site?
Through the chair, yes. Short answer, I would refer you to page 13 and 14 of the report before you. Essentially, the city retained Scion Scion Corporation as a consultant to conduct a building condition assessment. That building condition assessment is with staff, and they're undertaking a review in preparation for a budget request for the 2023 budget so that the city can undertake the work to preserve and restore those structures.
And of course, my memory doesn't serve with respect to how to operate the microphone, but if memory serves, I believe we did put a new roof on there. We did secure the accesses, and I believe we did some remedial work to the masonry. Does anyone have a corporate memory of that?
Through the chair, we can confirm your corporate memory prior to council. I'm sure it's all set out in the building condition assessment report.
You know, when I first started here, everybody had all this experience, right? And now, geez, Councillor Sless and I, and Councillor Martin, Councillor Carpenter, I guess are the corporate memory. I'd appreciate that if you could provide us with a brief overview of what we did there, and if in fact there is an intermediate use for the timekeeper building. And I missed the entirety of the answer to Councillor Martin's question. I know we've got the survivors folks on the site. Is there any other statutory regulation that prohibits the CIHC folks from being on the site doing things?
So through the chair, the certificate of property use, which was referenced earlier, is one consideration. It sets out certain restrictions in terms of access to the site prior to undertaking the necessary efforts set out in the CPU, which included a capping on the site. So until the capping is finished, there are certain restrictions in terms of access. Capping includes potential materials that would be used in the development of the site, such as the foundation or walkways or asphalt driveways, or in the landscaped areas, soil. So there are some restrictions. Just to answer your question, though, there are certain activities, and we're in discussions with the CIHC and their partners in terms of the activities they're looking to undertake. So there are certain things that they can do within the guidelines of the CPU and within the parameters that we're working on with the Survivor Secretariat. So it requires a lot of dialogue and ensuring that we understand exactly what work they're looking to undertake, from fundraising efforts to the work that the city will be undertaking to remediate these structures.
Is there anything prohibiting them from putting up a great big sign saying we're coming and send us your money?
Through the chair, as long as it is not does not involve pounding the sign into the ground at this point, we would have to hang it on a fence. Soil disturbance is part of the parameters that we're working with the Survivor Secretariat on, but we can always work with them to determine a location and monitor the installation of the sign.
So they're free to go ahead and install a sign of any size, color, and shape, as long as it attaches to the fence.
So through the chair, at the risk of having to have Andy McMahon, our chief building official, walk all the way back up to the microphone, I would just say, please stick to the parameters of our sign bylaw.
Andy is the happiest guy in the room.
Councillor Carpenter.
Thank you. So what's going to prevent the building from deteriorating this winter further?
Through the chair, I think this is where I phone a friend, Mr. Cox, also in the back row.
No. Part of our Healthy Communities Initiative. Thank you, Rick.
Good evening, Council. My name is Rick Cox. I'm the Director of Parks and Facility Services. To be honest, Councillor, there's not a lot that we are going to be able to do between now and this winter to prevent further deterioration that the weathering is going to accomplish, regardless of what we do. We have the report in hand and are reviewing what we can accomplish next year through the budget approvals, but we are going to experience a bit more deterioration over the next number of months before we can get in and do that work.
And why can't we get in and do that work now?
partly because we haven't exactly determined what we can do to prevent it, partly because we don't have budget to do it, and partly because of the timing involved to do the work, procure it, scope it out, procure it, and get it all done in the next, 2 months.
Who's responsible to keep an eye on it for us from as our asset?
So our facilities group conducts regular inspections of it. We're in there maintaining the property as part of the parks team. So we're continually keeping an eye on it from a week to week, month to month basis.
Okay. And the staff on the report on the full, what has been taking so long to move this project forward? We've been meeting with this for 8 years now, and some of the public who have expressed interest in being on this site, Lansdowne, for example, a number of groups that what's the holdup of getting us on the site? The record of it's been deemed clean some time ago, over a year ago, over 2 years ago, I believe. But could you tell us what's taken so long to get this moving forward?
So through the chair, remediating brownfields, as this council will appreciate, is quite complicated. And you are correct. We were able to get a record of site condition and a certificate of property use quite some time ago. Similar to the other brownfield that we remediated with Sydenham Pearl, the certificate of property use required some additional work like monitoring groundwater, which is now complete. And we're in the process of submitting those results to the Ministry of the Environment, Climate Change and Parks. We also had, and again, I don't like to bring it up too regularly, but intervening factors with COVID. Key people on this project had their attentions diverted elsewhere. There's still quite a bit of work to be done as well in terms of how to plan for development on a site like this, where you do have municipal assets that need to be planned for, which is why the report is now referencing the fact that city staff are looking to retain a consultant to determine where those assets may need to be so that we can adequately undertake our infrastructure analysis and support what we hope will be incredible developments on this site. So it's really just a number of different factors to this council. Each one of them is significant and requires a thoughtful approach.
The community is always asking. Now, with the $6 million for Mohawk Greenwich, that money is still, how much of that money is left in the budget still? We received provincial funding, we put our funding in, federal funding.
So through the chair, I don't have that information here, but we'll include that in the information we'll bring back for council in a memo.
All right, thank you very much.
Further discussion on this item? Seeing none, can we call the question, please?
Item 6.1.2 Mohawk Lake District Plan Implementation Update is carried unanimously on a recorded vote. Those in favor, Mayor Davis, Councillor Sakoli, Utley, Sless, McCreary, Martin, Carpenter, Antosky, Van Tilburg, and Wall.
Next is 6.1.1, the Trail Safety Audit Report. Discussion? Councillor McCreary?
Chair, thank you very much. And let me jump in before Councillor Wall does. I think you're doing an excellent job tonight, sir. And I want to thank the consultant. First of all, I want to thank council because Councillor Martin and I brought the resolution about this quite some time ago. I believe it was approved unanimously and it proceeded through city staff. The consultant did a bang up job. I only wish I could have figured out how to make my comments on the interactive map, but I'm probably about 10 years too far gone to be able to learn that new technology, but it was good to be able to spend some time with them and make some comments. Through you to somebody, and I wish the consultants were at the table. I think they could be at the table with our new rules. So come on, let's go. Come on. See if you're quicker than Cox. Welcome back, folks. You've seen some deterioration with respect to our asphalt paving, okay? Have you made any comment within your recommendations to staff relating to the construction specifications for asphalt pathways and the maintenance standards for same?
No, we haven't made any recommendations for changing the current City of Brantford standard.
Okay. I actually ran into a gentleman who was part of the original committee that did a lot of the trail planning. And we had a discussion about the specifications. And if you can think of, I know you're from away and you haven't been here that much, but if you can think of the part which runs from the bridge in Daubeny Park over to the soccer fields, You can see where the pavement is completely disintegrated and the depth of asphalt probably is no more than an inch. And clearly at the time, nobody seemed to be in charge of administering the contract. So did you happen to notice the deterioration due to cracking?
Yeah, so deterioration due to cracking in quite a few locations, specifically along Fordview Trail, south of the river or kind of close to the pedestrian bridges.
Okay, thank you. That's my first line of inquiry. Secondly, I'm pleased to see that you recognize so many little problems that you only learn by riding and walking. And I think we're well positioned. I've got to think that this, you could sell this service to a lot of communities. So I hope you get busy and
We hope so.
use our report as your template going forward for what you could do elsewhere, because we're in pretty good shape. I've been on some trails in other cities and they could really use your help. So thank you for that. And now through you to staff, Mr. Chair, guys, recognizing my commentary, I know we've probably improved our specification with respect to our asphalt trail paving. That was a question. My voice went up at the end.
Through Chair Celeste. Yes, Councillor McCreary, any remediation that we do is going to be up to standard. That we have pavement debts, granular, whatever we assess, we'll make sure that it's up to our standards.
Now, Indy, are we embarking on, we have a regular program on our city vehicular streets with respect to crack filling. Has that been applied equally to our trail system?
Through Chair Celeste, I can't say that it has. One of the recommendations as well in this report is converting some of our granular to asphalt. There was at one of our budgets, I think you had moved 50,000 for crack sealing. That got used up very quickly and only in very small area. So that's something that we can look at in the interim, but again, there is funding available through this when it was approved with the resolution to mitigate some of these items as well.
So if you need
Councillor
more,
McCreary, your first four.
Oh,
are
I'm
up. Did
sorry.
you want to go back on?
okay.
Yep. Councillor Zicoli.
Thank you. I have a question for you. This is an amazing review, by the way, very detailed. Where trail connectivity is concerned, I noticed that you made some recommendations for the painting of the roadway where a trail goes over a roadway. We've had quite a few incidents out in Ward 1, particularly on Shellard Lane, where a vehicle has hit a pedestrian or a bicyclist who was using the multi-use trail there. Do you have any, or have you given any consideration to anything that we can do for safety at those types of intersections where there's trail connectivity that goes over a roadway?
Through the chair. Yes, we have analyzed a number of the intersections, specifically where the shared use paths cross those intersections, and made recommendations for OTM Book 18 standard line paint and AODA upgrades. But that is reserved to where the shared use paths cross those intersections.
Do you have any experience with a raised pedestrian crosswalk, or can you give us any insight to any other alternatives outside of just painting lines on the roadway that might just elevate our standard of safety for those types of intersections?
There's certainly been some efforts in terms of the raised crosswalks, mixed results in terms of how they function. Sightlines are really critical, so I don't think there's a one-stop solution for those. It's very holistic. It's looking at sightlines. It's looking at speed controls, perhaps in some areas. I know a lot of our master planning efforts have recommended reductions of speeds in some of those problematic areas, as well as other controls on those crossing points.
Okay, thank you for your insights. Well done.
Any other first-time speakers? Councillor Martin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did your report look at the ongoing cost of pavement versus granular, and what was the result of that?
We did a cost benefit analysis of granular versus, or sorry, converting asphalt, some of the asphalt trails to granular trails over the next 20 years. I don't have the numbers in front of me, so I can't exactly comment on it.
But is it recommended to do more trails in asphalt or?
Asphalt trails provide a larger breadth of usership and provide for additional ability for additional users in high traffic areas. And so if you do have trail counts that would kind of go towards that, the need for asphalt, then it's definitely sorry.
Yeah, and I would just like to add, we do find in those high user areas, and that's where Ben was going with that the degradation is so severe with some of those limestone screening trails that asphalt becomes more cost effective, especially when you look at risk mitigation in terms of injury and other liabilities.
Okay, and through the city staff, what are the specs for the thickness of asphalt on trails? Yeah, go ahead.
Through the chair. There's one of the specs for off-road trails, I believe, is a 60 mil asphalt HL3 top coat on top of 200 mils of granular A. And the on-road is 60 mil of asphalt top coat on top of slightly thicker granular. I think 250 to 300 millimeters of granular.
Okay, and in your investigation, did you find that standard was not met on some of our areas?
Through the chair, we didn't do any subsurface
Okay.
analysis, so I wouldn't be able to comment on
No,
that.
but where the asphalt's coming apart, I mean, you can see how thick the asphalt is. Did it meet the specifications?
For the most part,
Okay.
from what I can remember, yes. I didn't notice that there was asphalt that was much too thin.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Carpenter. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe to staff. So the total cost for this project is $1.9 million, give or take a few dollars here. And then it's funded at $300,000 a year to 2028. So there's $2.1 million. So this is fully funded with some surplus. I guess that would be a staff question more than a consultant question.
Through the chair, Mark Jacklin, Director of Operational Services. That is correct. There has been $300,000 earmarked for the next from 2022 to 2028, which does complete 2.1 million. And yes, this is about 1.9 million in order to complete these tasks.
Now, is the interest earned in this account stay in this account, or is this one of those accounts with interest goes somewhere else? If you don't have that answer, I can get it for budgets for next council meeting.
Through the chair, we'll get that information for you.
Yeah, I think it's important the interest stays in this account. If it doesn't, because these costs are going to escalate and this number will require more money. Now, since the funding is more than adequate to 2028, but the actual program goes to 2032, does that mean that this capital reserve account will stay here for this project even after the funding is met in 2028?
Through the chair. So, Councilor Carpenter, the report are opportunities that are there for us to complete this work on a schedule that the consultant provided. But year by year, there's, if you look at the cost that was in the presentation, there's some years where you have 116,000, 130,000, well below the 300,000. We could move up certain activities so that some of the work is completed sooner, so that we do try to mitigate some of those costs that may come in due to inflation or whatnot. So if there are things that we can do to accelerate, we will do that because they are based on safety issues. If there's any need for an adjustment to the account, then we will come to capital budgets for that.
Thank you. And it's an excellent segue to my next question to the consultants then. The 2032 program that you put before us has really a bulk of the spending, $650,000. A third of the money is not spent till 2032. Could you tell me why that was left off to 2032, especially when I see railings at steep side slopes of 3 locations? That's a safety issue. Why would we put that off to the very last?
The budget through the chair, the safety issues that we noted to be completed in the short term or shorter term were those that we believed carried the largest risk of injury on trail for trail users. The capital budget provision of $125,000 a year was, you know what, that portion of it, I think I'd have to send to staff to respond to.
Okay, and the AODA upgrades and sign installation, they're not a requirement of the AOD standards for us to meet before that 2032 date?
So those AODA upgrades would be required for any new construction that happens to the trail.
Oh, so that's designated for the new construction that comes up to 23. Okay, that clarifies.
Well, and any new construction that occurs and changes in design that occur from here on would need to be to the AODA standard.
And the lighting upgrades at 2 locations, what 2 locations were they?
That was Hamilton Brantford Rail Trail underneath the Colburn? No, not the Colburn Street Bridge, Veterans Memorial Parkway Bridge.
County Road
Really
18
long,
bridge.
like the 75-meter long, yeah.
County Road 18 bridge. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, sorry. And
No, it's
then-
okay. It's just on the outskirts of Ward 4. That's why I know.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then the other one, closer to downtown Brantford, right next to one of the memorials downtown where you have unit paving. And then it crosses underneath Colburn Street, south of the river.
Okay, I know
I'm
the spot.
describing that properly.
All right, thank you very much. And sorry, the bike racks and so forth, that's extra, not to what we'll be adding throughout the years.
That's included in the 1.9 million.
Yeah, but we can do this, any of this stuff. Staff can do this stuff as we see fit with the money coming in. I see the engineer shake his hand. So thank you. And thank you, Mark. Thank you, Andy. Appreciate it very much.
Any other first-time speakers? Seeing none, Councilor McCreary, second time.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to staff. The relocation of the trail, which currently runs under the Lorne Bridge, we had hoped would be completed by now. Could you give us an idea of what your schedule for that work is going to be?
Through you, Chair Sluss. Yes, Councilor McCreary. So there are archaeological investigations that we're looking into right now. Part of that trail near the Lorne Bridge was covered by the Lorne Bridge EA, but since the section that we're looking to realign really is from Teach-and-Be all the way across the dike, we have to look at the archaeological significance of that area next to the river. So we are doing that. The work is undergoing right now. And then also we're out for part of that design, like as that section is being reviewed, we are also looking at the design and undertaking the design piece of this work.
So the anticipated right of way is a former railway line, which would be about 7-meter right of way. Can we reasonably expect to find any artifact beneath the rail bed?
Through you, Chair Sluss. So I can't speak to that, although it is part of our overall mapping of archaeological significant area. We do have to do our due diligence.
So, Indy, do we have a schedule that we have established to meet these goals?
Just for clarification, for the trail safety audit items year by year?
No, I'm talking about this item in particular, the relocation of the Lorne Bridge Trail.
Yes, through you, Chair Sluss. So we're looking to have that design complete and construction next year.
You have a date for which the design will be complete?
Design, I'll have to look over at. Okay. So right now what we're doing is we're doing our geotechnical and surveying and archaeological work. So once that's complete, we'll have a better timeline. But again, the goal is to have that trail open by next year.
So the investigations, given the fact that it's a rail bed, I've got to think the investigations will have no bearing upon what the design will be. Can they not be undertaken concurrently?
As much as design that we can undertake, we will. Geotech, we had a lot of discussion about the granular bed and the asphalt thickness today. That's exactly what the geotech would provide us with, a clear makeup of what that asphalt thickness should be, depending on the ground conditions near that river.
Could we ask that after you've given some thought to that, if you could provide us with that schedule, Indy?
We can work on that, bring that
That'd be
back.
super. Thank you very much.
Further discussion? Seeing none, call the question, please, Madam Clerk.
Item 6.1.1 Trail Safety Audit Report is carried unanimously on a recorded vote. Those in favor, Mayor Davis, Councillor Sakoli, Celeste McQuarrie, Martin Carpenter, and Toski Van Tilburg Wall.
Thank you. Next item is 6.1.7, the treat accessibility, making trick or treating accessible. Discussion. Mayor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had a very informative delegation. I just want to add to it. And this is something that the mayor's office staff have been quite involved in, and I commend them for it. Because 1 in 10 children have a disability of some kind that means they cannot participate safely in trick-or-treating. So the idea behind this program is, yes, there's the signs, and having a sign means not that you support the program, but that you actually, for your home, you've made it accessible for the 1 in 10 children who have some disability. And so you do that by, at the very least, making sure that the sidewalk leading to the front entrance to your home is well lit, or that if the entrance is through a driveway, that the driveway has no debris on it, no obstacles, and is well lit. But ideally, it would have you setting up a trick or treat table at the end of the driveway, or if you don't have a driveway, perhaps if you park in the street, in the trunk of your car. So that's the idea behind this. Actually, not only having the street parties, hopefully we'll see them come here to Brantford, but this year that's what having a sign means, that you'll undertake to do that, or perhaps your home and your property is already safe and set up for this. So where do you get the signs? You can get the signs right now at the Wayne Gretzky Center and also City Hall, and at Harmony Square, the Scare in the Square, October 7th and 8th. They'll also be available. And so they're in limited supply. And we strongly encourage residents who want to participate and will make sure their properties are accessible to go get a sign and put it on your lawn. Thanks very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Antosky.
Just a quick comment. I love this. I love any program that is easy and can have such a high level of success. I know our community, we are going to run out of those signs very, very quickly. I think this is great. I encourage everybody to participate, and I really thank the delegation for starting this up and bringing awareness to it. And I know our community will welcome this project of inclusion. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Antosky. Further, Councillor Carpenter.
I don't want to add too much to give accolades to the individual that started this program. This is really a terrific idea. How come we didn't think of it? But I mean, it's been thought of and everybody's going, wow, yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Of course it does. But the message I want to put out there is one of the requests was to put the signs out 7 days before Halloween. And I just want to remind everybody that we'll put it before the election is over. So I would hope that people that are running for office would make sure you get your signs down within 24 hours instead of the normal 3 days, so that they're not confused with these signs, so that we can make sure. And that's not hard to do. Just get out and do it after the election. Take your signs down, and that will make these signs much more visible. And everybody that's involved in doing this is fantastic work, and it will grow, as my ward mate has said. I already see neighborhoods, they've been doing this. Some neighbors have been doing this in our ward for quite a while, actually. But this gives them the sign to show that they're doing it, and there will be more people doing it in the signs that will be available this year. So in next year, it will really take off. So what a fantastic program. 100% support this.
Further discussion? Councillor Wall.
It's really incredible things like this that make me really happy to sit in the chair and to be a part of. I really just want to remind everybody, there are some really incredible resources out there that you can find online for creating a barrier-free experience for children on Halloween. Not every person you interact with, you can see if there's something that needs to be considered. And I recently watched I guess it's because Halloween is coming close, but a really emotional, barrier-free Halloween video online that I would recommend. If you Google it, you'll find it. But let's try to make Halloween an enjoyable experience for everybody, for the people who are participating by handing out candy, but also for the people who are coming up to the door, or in this case, coming up to the garage, or coming up to the driveway, or the trunk, or the sidewalk. Let's make Halloween inclusive for everyone.
Thank you. Seeing no further hands up, we have the question called, please.
Item 6.1.7, treat accessibly, making trick or treating accessible in Brantford is carried unanimously on a recorded vote. Those in favor, Mayor Davis, Councillor Sakoli, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, and Toski, Van Tilburg, Wall.
Thank you. The next item is 6.1.3, and I believe it was Cheryl Toski that had requested that separation.
Thank you. I've been saving all my talking for tonight. Thank you for this. Thank you for an awesome report. I'm probably one of the more excited people about this net zero program. I love that we're getting started. We're creating some benchmarking, and I know that we have to kind of, there's some figuring out as we go because this is new. What I'd like to ask is we're doing this on a corporate level, and I understand that. Is there anything that could be stopping us? I know we're not moving to the private sector or the developers yet to say, here's what our city mandates when you build here, but can we put some sort of a suggestion list together to say, hey, this is the direction we're moving. Here's some things that you might want to consider when you're considering this bill, just to start getting people thinking about it. Maybe looking at where the easy wins might be, both for the developer and for the community. And at the same time, I'm going to regurgitate an ask that I had as a new councillor. If we can get planning looking at, what kind of incentives can we, we hear a lot about, oh, we want to do a green roof, but then they find out what some of the barriers are. And, sometimes you have to have different structural builds depending on how high you're going. It's got to be steel instead of wood because of the weight. But there are a lot of communities that offer incentives, and that's going to help us meet our goal, because certainly we can't do it on our new builds. We don't have tons of new builds. And as the report outlined, the benefit of doing this right up front far outweighs trying to attack it later on. But if we can take a look at how we can at the same time be working on the private sector and maybe have some suggestions and checklists so that when we get there, it's a lot quicker and there's no surprise to our development community, that would be appreciated. And I don't know if you have any comment if that's been thought about, but
Through the chair, Gagan Batra, Manager of Business Support and Sustainability. Absolutely, it has been thought of. When the Community Climate Change Action Plan was approved this summer, we actually had an item in there that the city would be proceeding with something like a green building standard for the community so that they can look at these types of retrofits and what they can do to be net zero. So right now in our work plan, that's a great idea. We should be doing it concurrently, is to first get this standard approved so that the community knows what we're going to be looking at and how to get to net zero. So it's a lot about education at this point. And our next step, once this is ratified, is going to be to engage with the planning department and other folks who might have a stake and get it out to the residents as well.
Awesome. Thank you. Great report.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the report, it talks about natural gas producing methane. Can you explain the CO2 equivalent calculation used for methane produced from natural gas?
Through the chair, sorry, can you clarify? Are you asking for these specific CO2s from meters of methane? Is that what you're asking?
Well, in the report, it says that methane is produced from burning natural gas. Okay, and methane is more powerful greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide. And I've heard multipliers from 6 to 23 to even higher. What number did you use?
Through the chair, sorry, we're just looking for that answer right now. This was all pre-populated in our climate lens tool, the multiplier. So just give us a second and we'll find the one that was used.
Are there any other questions while we're looking that information up?
Yeah, I had another question. Could you explain how methane is produced from burning natural gas? I thought the two were essentially the same.
Through the chair, Rebecca Shepanowski, Climate Change Officer. So natural gas, methane is just a product from natural gas, same with how CO2 is a product from combustion in cars. It's just one of the byproducts.
Sorry, Counselor, I just got the answer. So it's 25 kilograms of CO2e per 1 kilogram of methane.
Okay. And do you have the chemical composition of natural gas?
Sorry, if you give us 1 second, we can find that for you as well.
And methane?
Okay, so sorry, through the chair, for natural gas, the composition is nitrogen is about 0.5, carbon dioxide is about 0.3, and oxygen is about 0.01.
But the like methane is CH4, I believe. What is natural gas?
Through the chair, the main component of natural gas is methane.
Okay, so it brings me back to the question, how does burning natural gas produce methane?
Again,
How does methane get produced when you burn methane? This is a problem in your lens that I've drawn to your attention several times, and yet it's still there. Please fix it for the next time that you use that information for a report coming to council.
Further questions? Seeing none, can we call the question, please?
Item 6.1.3, City of Brantford Net Zero Building Strategy is approved unanimously on a recorded vote. Those in favor, Councillor Sakoli, Utley, Sless, McCreary, Martin, Carpenter, and Toski, Van Tilburg, and Wall.
Thank you. Next item is 6.1.6. I believe that was also you, Counselor Antosky.
Yes, it was. Thank you, Chair Slass. Through you to staff, and I realize that this question may be too early in the process. I love this idea in theory. I think it's great. I think that everybody should be afforded that anonymous tool. Where my question comes in, and if this is yet to be determined, is if the third party provider is collecting the information and something is thought that it should be brought forward, who does that get brought forward to? And then who makes the final decision on whatever is investigated, looked at?
Through the chair to Councillor Antosky. So if once a report is made through the reporting system, whether it's via email or telephone call or written letter, that will get delivered to what's going to be a review committee. We haven't determined what that will be yet. It'll be a small committee, 3 to 4 people. They'll vet that and they'll initiate the process. Depending on what level or the type of complaint, if there were elements that could be criminal, they might report that to police. They would look at that. If it was something impacting a very senior official in the administration, and that investigation would have a job consequence that's set out in the delegation of authority bylaw, then it may have to go to council via report. So we'll have to work out exactly how that plays out, but it'll have to interact with the delegation of authority bylaw and the existing policies in terms of our investigative procedures.
Okay, so just to clarify, thanks, Jeff, for that. So the 2 or 3 or 3 or 4 people, those are staff members?
Yeah, the 2 to 4 people that will be receiving the complaints through the third party,
Yeah.
those will be staff members.
And then anything that may come forward to council, it could come forward to council regardless of level of staff member, whether it's a senior or a junior.
So through the chair, if the complaint were involving a lower level staff member, it wouldn't necessarily come to council. Part of the report will require the CAO's office to bring an annual report that will set out in generality sort of what the nature of the complaints were, how many were received, but it won't get into the details of who was the subject of the complaint or what the nature of the complaint was.
Thank you. That's what I was hoping to hear. Thank you.
Further discussion, Councillor McCurry.
Chair, thank you. I didn't see any explanation in the report as to how this arose or what problem it fixes.
Through the chair, this arose as a direction from CAO Hutchings. It was a conversation I understand that the CAO and the mayor had early in this term of council. In terms of what it addresses is a fear of reporting. There is typically an underreporting when there is any fear of reprisal. And if there are issues that are affecting the city that we don't know about, which is a possibility, that's really what this program is targeted at. It's a mechanism for somebody that has information to report if they don't feel safe or they feel awkward reporting that through our existing processes.
So if it's staff on staff, we have a process now that protects the identity of the informant, correct?
Through the chair, we do not currently have a process that guarantees anonymity. What we have are processes that are intended to protect confidentiality, but there are occasions in which we simply cannot guarantee anonymity, and that's what this program is designed at. If somebody wants to initiate a report, we can guarantee anonymity. That may impact ultimately our ability to investigate and push forward and make recommendations, but the process can be initiated with a guarantee of anonymity.
So which 3 or 4 staff members would be participating in this process?
Through the chair, we haven't determined that at this point, but it will be a cross section of staff from different different departments. I would imagine we'd probably have somebody from finance, likely somebody from the legal department, and two others.
So the responsibilities of this committee would be to receive complaints that are filed by an anonymous party to a third party?
Through the chair, that's correct. The reporting, in order to guarantee the anonymity, the reporting goes to a third party who will be contracted with the city.
Okay.
And they will have an interface that will allow those that are on this committee to receive complaints and then action those accordingly internally.
So things like embezzlement?
Through the chair, that could absolutely be reported through this kind of mechanism.
Things like having the city of Brantford deliver a load of gravel into your own driveway?
Through the chair, that would be another legitimate complaint that could be made through this process.
What about a citizen that sees a couple of employees that spend the whole morning sitting in the truck? Is that the kind of incident that we'd look to?
Through the chair, that kind of incident could be reported. In my conversations with the service providers, they will occasionally get complaints as trivial as somebody is taking my lunch, but they may also get complaints that are quite serious, uncovering multi-year frauds. So the spectrum is designed to be broad, and we'll have to work through a filtering system in order to figure out what gets advanced appropriately and what doesn't.
So the instances I cited with respect to appropriating city property, do we in fact have a policy that's been put into place in the last number of years that prohibits that?
Through the chair, there are several policies that deal with use of corporate assets. The Employee Code of Conduct, to name one. I believe there is also a separate policy that deals with specific use of assets.
I'd be interested in seeing that. But
Did you want to go on for a second time?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yep, I'll put you down. Councillor Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The $9,000 for this annual, where does that number come from? Is that the average that the company's been dealing with other municipalities?
Through the chair, I've reached out to two service providers that doing our market research are involved with several other large public entities. And the $5,000 to $9,000 range covers both the estimates that I've received at this point. That seems to be the market rate.
And how many other municipalities are doing this that we're aware of?
Through the chair, it's contained in the report. I've identified, I believe, 6 or 7 others.
So very few, but that's a good thing that we're on this. Now, how is this different from whistleblower protection?
Through the chair, it's relatively similar. The naming of the policy was designed because staff felt that the term whistleblower carried a negative connotation in some contexts. So what the name of the policy was designed to do was encourage a safe reporting environment, a speak up culture, and make staff feel empowered to make a legitimate complaint or report suspected wrongdoing in order to better the corporation.
Thank you for this. And I just speaking to it, thank you for bringing this forward to our CAO. This is much needed. When I talk about whistleblower protection, we talk about whistleblower protection in this country, this province, or the country of Canada. It doesn't exist. In fact, Canada is 7 from the bottom in actual whistleblower protection. If you know the woman that was the whistleblower on what was happening in long-term care homes to our elderly during the pandemic, is still looking for work because she wasn't protected under any whistleblower protection. We don't have it in the province of Ontario. We don't have it in this country. So I'm glad we're doing it here because I think it's important to protect people that want to speak out about what they see it's not appropriate or wrong. So I'm glad that we're doing this, and I think the CEO, this is very insightful. Thank you very much for this. I'll be supporting it wholeheartedly, and I'd like to take note for the province and the federal government. Take some notice from what we're doing here, and maybe you could actually put some whistleblower protection in those and in your governments as well. Thank you for us doing it here, and can we share this with FCM as well, so that and AMO that what we're doing here, because I think the 6 municipalities isn't enough. across the country. We need to do, this needs to be expanded far more than this. This is a great idea. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zale.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. Mr. CEO, did you want to add anything?
I think Mr. Daly, if I can, through Mr. Chair, Mr. Daly did a fine job in answering. I was trying to get in, but he did a great job in answering for me. Thank you.
Are there any other first-time speakers? Councilor Wall?
Just trying to figure out how to phrase this. There's plenty of things that happen in the world that are tragic, they are terrible. And often, perhaps too often, they go unreported. They go untalked about. And we've had many of those conversations in this room, you know, things like even the stigma on mental health. Crime. We have crime that happens in our community, but if you don't report the crime, when it comes to allocate the resources, you're allocating resources to things that haven't been reported. So when it comes to this motion, which is brilliant, I'm so thankful to support it. I think there's two things that I take from it. One, you have to provide tools so that people can do the right thing. You have to provide protection. You have to provide resources. And if anything, talking about it, we have to give people the courage to stand up when they believe that something is not right and to report it. Because when it comes to things that I believe that this policy is trying to protect, we are talking about the mental health and wellness of the employees of the corporation. We are talking about the mental health and wellness of the citizens of our community. And we are talking about bringing to light and exposing behavior that shouldn't be tolerated. And for those in the past, like when you read news articles or you see movies about whistleblowers, sometimes it doesn't work out for the whistleblower. And that discourages people from standing up. And I'm just happy to, you know, support this. And I hope that it encourages people in their own workplaces that if this doesn't exist in your workplace, to push for it, to stand up for it, and to echo some of the comments that were made by other councillors as well. This is great work. I think it was Brian's idea. I saw Heidi's name on it. Jeff, to the rest of our team, thanks. We need this, and I'm happy to support it.
Thank you. Other first time? Seeing none, Councilor McCreary for a second.
Mr. Chair, thank you. In the process, what sort of response is given to the complainant?
Through the chair, both of the service providers that I have spoken to have they have an interface online that will allow the complainant to interact with the complaint. So as an example, if there was an online complaint made, there would be a response from the third party service provider to the complainant, providing you know, for lack of a better term, a tracking code or an access code. And what that will do is that will allow the complainant to see what action is being taken with the complaint. Both of these products also feature the ability for the people that are on the receiving committee to communicate in an anonymous way, or to communicate with the program itself in order to seek additional information where necessary from the complainant without actually ever knowing who the complainant is. So that's the software itself acts as a communication mediator in order to allow that back and forth.
So let's make absolutely certain that our policies are clear with respect to misconduct and misappropriation and those types of things within the corporation. Because the one circumstance I cited to you when I was asking questions was a number of years ago. And in fact, there was no grounds for dismissal at that time because the policy was unclear. So I think we really need to be clear with respect to what really constitutes acting badly in the corporate context, okay? Otherwise, you know, coming out the other end, it's not going to create a high degree of faith in the corporation if somebody complains and they're told, well, yeah, they did a bad thing, but there's nothing we can do about it. So I think we really need to be clear on our internals and make sure that our people are all responsible for their actions. with respect to criminal wrongdoing, is the third party going to refer these folks directly to the police?
Through the chair, the third party won't take that action. If there is a complaint that is made that the receiving committee suspects would have a criminal element, it will be incumbent on whoever is on that committee or, and we can design a policy if there's a lack of clarity, then that, that complaint could be advanced to somebody else within the organization to get input and then make the decision to get the police involved. But if there is an allegation, for example, in the world of fraud, that would be a clear trigger that there may be a criminal element there. And so we'll have to design those processes internally in order to make it clear when to go out and when not.
Have you solicited the input of the Brantford Police Service?
Through the chair, we have not solicited the input.
Let me suggest that you do that before we proceed too much farther with this. It's been my experience that the police like to have firsthand reporting, and their first question to whoever's going to provide them with the info is, can you refer the complainant directly to us? So I think that's a dialogue that needs to happen and get their input with respect to how you design this. Okay, thank you.
Any further speakers? Seeing none, call the question, please, Madam Clerk.
Item 6.1.6, safe reporting program and hotline is carried unanimously on a recorded vote. Those in favor, Councillor Sokoli, Utley, Sluss, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, Antosky, Van Tilburg, Wall.
Thank you. Next item is 6.1.8, which is Councillor Antosky.
Thank you. Just a quick question for this. I realize that probably the timing is here now because, you get a new council in and you want to set your priorities pretty quickly. But it seems to me that this might be better suited for the new council, particularly because we are approving an amount, I think it was $25,000. So I'm just wondering through you, Mr. Chair, to staff, if we can just find out if that is feasible to have the new council, or if that just creates more complications.
Take the first go at it, and then I'll ask the clerk maybe jump in as well. Through Mr. Chair, Brian Hutchings, CEO, City of Brantford. Yes, this is the plan. We're trying to get an early start. I'm actually want to get out and start looking at getting consultants in or more facilitators, not necessarily consultants in like we did last time. And I think our last one, everybody agreed did an excellent job 2 years ago, and start doing the interview process to get them ready. When the new council gets in, we can get started right away in January with a day of looking at strategic priorities. It could wait to December and make the council in the December council, but it leaves me very limited window in December to try to find facilitators try to get a January, February session. So I was trying to get a head start on it.
Okay, and did our last facilitator cost 25,000?
I would say I'm obviously, sorry if I can't hear you, Mr. Chair. Yeah. I'm obviously going on the high side just to be safe, but I believe it was kind of a halfway project because we did a facilitation session in 2019 just before I started. So she took in halfway. So it was probably $15,000. So I put that, just to be safe at this point in time. I'm hoping to get it lower, but through more of a process and interviewing 3 or 4 people and asking to put in numbers.
Okay, I understand the timelines. Thank you, Brian.
Any further? Councillor Carpenter?
Thank you. One of the items on the report was to proceed with the improvements to the Brant County War Memorial. And that's slated for 2023, fourth quarter, as I read that. Do we have anything in place? Have we done anything on this at all?
I'm just going to go to the
Sorry.
report, Councillor.
Yeah.
And don't apologize. I focus.
Should be page 11 of the report, I believe.
Page what?
11 in my.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, Councillor. I was focusing on if you go back, you look at the number ones are the ones we had to do, and the number twos where we get an extra star, and number threes where we'd be knocking out of the park. We are planning on doing it by Q4 2023, and I'm not sure if Mr. Hans can bail me out and see what the plan is for this, but it is on our list. We're working on it and we've talked about it, but Indy?
Yes, through the chair, that's exactly it. I was just trying to get an update on that one because it didn't have the comments in the spreadsheet there, but we are working on this one. It's part of the tier 2, so it's in the works.
Okay, and one of the outcome number 1 is neighborhoods in the city are safe, vibrant, and attractive and inclusive. That we seem to have done a report on that, but that's seems to be an ongoing issue. Certainly, we're hearing it now about feeling unsafe in neighborhoods. Is there an ongoing problem to deal with this? Or ongoing program to deal with this? And we approved it in 2021. That one was talking about well-being with community safety and well-being plan, but overall outreach would be looking at it. Brantford will be a place that will neighborhoods in the city are safe, vibrant, and attractive. And I'm getting, I've been sharing some emails that a lot of people are not feeling that way. Are we going to continue to work on this?
If I can through Mr. Chair, yes, Councillor, this is, we did receive a provincial grant that's through Marlene Miranda's area, and Aaron Wallace is working on that. We're looking at hiring a staff member. We did submit a community wellness plan last year, and now we're working on more boots on the, lack of a better term, if I can vernacular, boots on the ground to get things done. And I know there's been concerns in the community about various safety and wellness, and that's the next step on the plan from the provincial dollars.
Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further? Seeing none, call the question, please.
Item 6.1.8, council priorities update is carried unanimously on a recorded vote. Those in favor, Councillor Sakoli, Least Less, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, Antosky, and Wall.
Thank you. Well, the next item is 6.1.9. I believe that was Councillor Carpenter.
So I'm just trying to get to my notes here quickly. In the actual bylaw that creates this, it's pretty extensive about how the customer complaint process will work. The appeal process, it seems to be not having a lot of information. It's like one line in here. Is there, the individual is sort of ruled that they can no longer attend city facilities. What's the appeal process?
Through Chair Sless, Maria Vasaki, Director of Communications, Community Engagement, and Customer Service. Through the chair to Councillor Carpenter, thank you for the question. The appeal process, as outlined in the policy, will be linked to an update to the corporate complaint policy. Right now, that policy is outdated and needs to be updated as part of the customer service strategy review, and will take into account the customer code of conduct. That is a new policy for the corporation.
Okay, so we'll update that complaint. That's why it's pretty thin here, is because we're going to update the one we have now and bring it, and we can link it to this at that time.
That's correct, Councillor.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? Councillor McCurry?
The public should probably understand why this is being done. Throughout the course of the last couple of years, staff and council have been subjected to all sorts of abuse. I'm going to read some of the highlights of what's in here. And what we're dealing with, and it's called unreasonable behaviors. Verbally or physically intimidating or harassing. Yep, that happens. Utilizing hostile, loud, abusive, obscene, offensive, rude, explicit, or vulgar language. Yep. Malicious or harmful statements about others. Engaging in any behavior designed to intimidate city staff and representatives. Derogatory or insulting statements regarding staff. Frequently or repeated questioning the morality, decency, or ethics of city staff and representatives. Sharing with others or circulating derogatory or insulting statements regarding city staff and representatives. Any behavior that poses a health or safety risk to staff. Members of council and staff have been putting up with this stuff for 2 years, and it's coming from a small group of folks in this community that are dissatisfied, angry, and I don't want to attribute motives, but it's got to stop. And this is a response to behaviors that the people in here shouldn't have to put up with. You know, they come to work every day, they do their jobs, and they shouldn't have to bear the brunt of commentary made by largely idiots in this community. Okay. So this is a response to that kind of behavior. Members of council have been threatened with death and physical violence. I can think of 3 people here who've been threatened with death or have made statements made to other people that would threaten them with death. We've had people turn up on councilors' properties and intimidate their wives themselves. It's got to stop, right? And we've got people running for council that have engaged in this behavior. Not anybody in this room, certainly, but people running in the community for seats on this council. And in fact, there's one guy that won't be able to take his seat because he's not allowed to be in the council chamber because of threats and investigation by Brantford Police Service. So that's what it's come to here. And it's a shame this is before us today, but it is. And the community's got to be aware of this.
Any other first-time speakers? Councillor Carpenter, second time. Sorry, I didn't see your hand. My apologies.
Yeah. This shouldn't have to exist. Common decency shouldn't have to be enforced. I just want to loudly and, just ask people to be respectful of one another. When I got elected, I knew that I was going to have conversations with people who I didn't personally agree with. But I had to realize that, when a constituent calls me about a concern, they just want someone to hear them out, walk them through the guidelines, explain to them maybe why a decision was made. But too many phone calls, too many emails, too many posts on Facebook have just been blatantly ignorant or disrespectful to our incredible staff. And I didn't get it. But from people calling and complaining about the people on the garbage trucks, like, go work on a garbage truck for a half an hour and then call me. Okay? Getting calls about a city truck being parked at a local coffee shop. Like, what? You've never gotten a coffee before? And I remember the very first time, because it took courage, not, to pat myself on the back or anything, but I remember the first time I told a constituent on the phone that if you don't stop speaking about our staff this way, I'm going to end the call right now. Because all I want to do is, I get it. They cut down the tree in front of your house and you are the most angry, but they were literally doing their job. And I can't believe the stuff I've seen. I love this building. I love City Hall. I love coming in here. How many times I've walked in the building and somebody has just been going off on one of our security guards or one of the staff at the desk. And that's just ordinary behavior? Absolutely not. We've all seen videos of people on YouTube at a local coffee shop going off on one of the poor staff members working there. That kind of behavior can't be tolerated. It can't be tolerated. And I don't know what the answer is. I don't even know how we would enforce this. And I can guarantee we're going to have emails from constituents saying, how dare you? You work for me. I pay your salary. Can we all just get along? Can we all just be respectful? And I do want to remind those people who are seeking election that one day you might get elected. And you might get to sit in one of these chairs. And the people that you have been going off online saying the most disgusting things, you might have to work with those people. And that is just take a look in the mirror, please. Because, respect. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm really just trying to say, let's just look at everybody and understand that they're going through things and they're doing things. Many people are just doing their job, and have respect for one another. Use your please and thank yous. Be polite, be respectful, be considerate. Stuff like this shouldn't have to exist. I'm happy that it does, and I'm 100% going to support this.
Thank you. Councillor Antosky.
Thank you. This might piggyback a little bit onto what Councillor Wall just said. I also agree. I wish these things didn't have to exist. They do. We have a huge responsibility when we sit around this table. We are leaders in our community. And when we disrespect our staff and we embarrass our staff, or we don't address a matter that we may disagree with professionally, maybe we call them before the meeting to say, hey, I don't understand this. Can you help me through it? But when we sit here on camera or we sit here in front of the public, we're giving permission to our constituents to treat our staff the same way. So I want to put that out there. Our staff work very hard for us. And yeah, sometimes we don't understand, sometimes we don't agree. But there are different ways to deal with that. And I've seen that happen far too many times around this table. And I hope I've never, done that, but I may have fallen victim to my passion on things as well. We need to remember that people are watching us, and when we do it, we give permission to others to do it. So I want to put that out there. I wish this didn't exist. Passion gets the best of us sometimes, and sometimes we need to be reminded how to behave. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matoski. Are there any further first-time speakers? Seeing none, Councillor Carpenter, second time.
Thank you, Chair. This customer code of conduct is timely, but not just for us. And I don't want everybody out there thinking that this is a Brantford problem. This is countrywide. This is certainly Ontario-wide. If you look at the number of people not running for re-election across the province of Ontario, is because they've had enough. Social media, for some reason, has given people license to say what they think, not what they should be saying. They think out loud on social media, and that's when the problems occur. And it spreads because the way Facebook works is that it attracts hatred to hatred. The algorithms do that to put those people together. I mean, you could have, before social media, you could have found one person, I say this quite often, that didn't like the color green. Now you can find 1,000 that don't like it on social media, and they'll put them together for you and connect you. So, what I raised this the other day, that there was an item on Steve Pakin's show talking about why is it that municipal councils are finding very few people running for re-election and very few people wanting to run at all. And this is the reason. So it's not just, I don't want everybody to think this is a Brantford problem. This is a social media problem that's right across the province of Ontario, right across the country, I suspect. And on the Steve Pakin show, he said that there was very little interest in municipal politics right across the province of Ontario. And he asked one of the pollsters there, is there any bright lights in Ontario where there's some excitement in the electoral process? And she said, yes, there are. Sault Ste. Marie and Brantford, Ontario. We were mentioned in that show as where there's some excitement about municipal politics. So again, those running, thank you for putting your name forward, but this process of social media attacking individuals is growing, and I don't see how it's going to end yet, but I'm glad this policy is here to help deal with most of it. Certainly staff shouldn't have to deal with it. And as long as councils remain as transparent as they can be, so that the public doesn't get any misconceptions or the wrong information or the wrong idea, we should be able to help some of this, but this code of conduct will help protect our staff anyways, and we need to do that for sure. And I'll be supporting it 100%. Thank you.
Councillor McCurry, second time.
Councillor Carpenter speaks very well of the issue at the heart of this, and that is really the danger to society of some of these social media channels. And Councillor Carpenter alluded to the algorithms, but when you look at how these things impact locally, here you get in Brantford something of an echo chamber with a relatively small number of participants who are just, I guess when you're on social media, if you say something outrageous and somebody likes it, you want to say something more outrageous. If 100 people like it, you want to be even more outrageous. And it's a very dangerous thing in that it foments this sort of group think that tends to be all negative and tends to be permeated by hatred. And like Councillor Carpenter said, I don't know what the solution to this is, but it's a phenomena that's extremely dangerous. It's dangerous, to society. It's dangerous to democracy. And as he said, you see a lot of communities where people are just waving bye-bye to municipal politics and not signing on. And we've got a number of folks that aren't running again here. And I wouldn't put anybody on the spot, but I've got to think that in all decisions for where people retire from civic politics, a lot of it's got to do with some of the hatred that counselors are on the receiving end of. And, you know, it's not an easy job anymore, thanks to Facebook.
Councillor Utley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the ways I've survived in this job is not use social media. And I don't care if people trash me and I don't know about it. It doesn't matter to me. I don't read it. I don't see it. Those same people don't have the courage to call me or send me an email. They just don't have the courage to do that. So they feed off each other's nastiness and hate and all the other horrible things that humans do to each other sometimes. And they get their jollies out of trashing good people. People like us that are trying to run a city in the best way that we can. We work great staff and they need to be protected at every step of the way. And one way of doing that, I think, is don't use social media. They'll go bust if we don't use it, and we'll find that we'll get along fine as we did for hundreds of years before telephones and other technology was introduced. So to all the new councillors that will be elected in the coming weeks, one tip is don't use social media unless you're very specific and very careful about how you use it. It's like anything, you have to set yourself rules and parameters for using social media. So, and I might use it after politics. It might be fun. I don't know. We'll see. Might trash a few politicians. No, I won't. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Utley. Seeing no further, if we call the question, please, Madam Clerk.
Item 6.1.9, Customer Code of Conduct Policy is approved unanimously on a recorded vote. Those in favor, Councillor Secoli, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, Antosky, and Wall.
Thank you. That brings us to resolutions. And the first one, 7.1, is safe housing supply. Councillor McCurry.
Thank you, Chair. The seconder for this is Councillor Martin. The resolution reads as follows. Whereas home ownership has become out of reach for the average family due to the rising costs of ownership seen across Ontario, and whereas the province of Ontario adopted the More Homes, More Choices Ontario's Housing Supply Action Plan in May 2019 to establish a framework and goals to allow for the creation of more housing across Ontario. And whereas the province adopted Bill 108, the More Homes, More Choices Act 2019, which amended the Planning Act permitting 2 residential units in a detached house, semi-detached house, or row house, and a residential unit in a building or structure ancillary to a detached house, semi-detached house, or row house. And whereas on December 6, 21, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing appointed a 9-member housing affordability task force to provide the government of Ontario with recommendations on additional measures to address market housing supply and affordability. And whereas on Feb 8, 2022, the Housing Affordability Task Force provided its final report containing 55 recommendations on increasing housing supply to the province for consideration, including the recommendation that a minimum of 4 stories and 4 dwelling units be permitted as of right on a single residential lot, that secondary suites, garden suites, and laneway housing be permitted as of right across the province, and multi-tenant housing be permitted as of right. And whereas such as of right permission may create conflicts in established neighborhoods due to increased density related to neighborhood character, lack of privacy, inadequate lot sizes, road capacity, electrical service, and water and wastewater service, now therefore be it revised that staff be directed to investigate options, including available legislative tools, such as a system of licenses and registration, property standards, and any necessary changes to staff complements and taxation to ensure that conversion of existing properties and the creation of additional dwelling units in existing neighborhoods results in safe and appropriate housing. And the staff report back to the Planning Committee in the second quarter of 2023 with the results of their investigation. And Mr. Chair, this has come about because of a number of concerns expressed by constituents in the third ward and probably elsewhere in the municipality about the impact of the additional residential units inserted into single family home lots in Brantford. And it does create some concern with respect to increased density, parking demand. And there are some areas probably that really aren't subject to the appropriate redesignation of the lot for multifamily purposes. So this will give a license to our staff to investigate options for the municipality to be able to implement something in the way of control over where perhaps some of this can and cannot occur. And, when one looks at the type of neighborhoods we have currently, there are some for which this is probably very appropriate. But I look at some of the smaller row housing type neighborhoods that we have in the third ward, where this is it's just completely off the wall because parking is a disaster now, thanks to some pretty poor planning decisions made back in the 70s, long before any of our excellent and professional planners here were even born. And we continue to reap the harvest of some of those bad decisions. And we just want to make sure that there's something of a leveling of the playing field and that we look out for the best interests of some of our residential neighbors who are put in a disadvantage by the increased density in some cases. So it's, I hope everybody would support this. It's a staff task to come back with this, come back to the new council next year. And, perhaps we can take better control over our destiny.
Any further speakers? Councillor Carpenter.
Yes, I will support this. It's interesting because the province, and there are more choices for housing supply, action plan, the 55 recommendations. I encourage everyone to read those 55 recommendations because they're a little bit frightening. Now, just before the municipal or provincial election, they only initiated 3 of them, but that doesn't mean that the rest were put aside. They weren't deleted. So it's important to know that these 55, the other 52 may be coming forward. And there's such recommendations that says, we don't pay for development charges, which means the taxpayer is going to pick up all those costs. Or we allow the unlimited height in apartment buildings. No parking required was one of the other recommendations. No parkland required contributions for development. A lot of those kinds of issues, which would further devastate our community if they came in. Now, they haven't been yet, but the one that is cited here is the one where they allow you to build a triplex on any site. And it's happening. What's happening is people are coming in from out of town, and in our neighborhoods, in our mature neighborhoods, where the houses have been there for 60 years and they've got large lots. Now you're finding that the basement is converted to an apartment, the upstairs is an apartment, and the detached garage becomes a third unit. And now you got 6 families living in that particular neighborhood, on that street and in that driveway. This is happening not just in the third ward, it's happening in all wards across the city and everywhere. Can you imagine what this is going to happen when it happens in the Shutters Lane area where there's very little parking to start with, and what that's going to look like when you add 3 families to one lot where there was once 1. So I understand it means more housing. The other thing that we're doing, we've already made room for that as a city by suggesting intensification corridors, and now we're seeing a high number, the most apartment buildings we've ever seen in the history of Brantford being applied for to be put up in the city of Brantford. That's going to create more housing units. Now, even if they're condos or rentals, they will create more competition for the ones that are, we have some landlords who are not as efficient as they should be. For example, I've seen a unit where I looked at a house and I walked into the 3rd floor, and it was actually the attic of the house, and there was a family living in the attic, a husband and wife and a young baby, and no windows because it was the roof. I'm thinking, how does this even get allowed? It doesn't, because they just do it on their own. We have a lot of illegal apartments, I think, in the city of Brantford that we're not aware of, and a lot substandard apartments in the city. So these new apartments that are coming will give those individuals an opportunity to move into a safe unit and create some downward pressure on those other units that shouldn't be getting the high rate that they're getting currently. So I support this recommendation. It's not just the third ward, by the way, it's every ward in the city it's happening to, every substantial neighborhood it's happening to. And everybody in the neighborhood's calling us and saying, how can there be so much noise coming out of that place? And that's because these are people coming to town that are buying the units. They're not living in them. They're renting them out at $2,000 for the first floor, $2,000 for the second floor, and $2,000 for the garage. You know, and the reason the high rents are there is the interest rate increase that we just seen makes the rents go up because people can't afford their first time home because the rents have gone up. So that's driven the price of rents even higher. And that's why we have such a homeless problem is this is what's been happening, has been allowed to continue to happen, and it needs to stop. And we need to take a second look at what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councilor Carpenter's right about the 55 recommendations. There are a number in there that are quite outrageous and obnoxious. There are a few that we're already doing. So it's not like there's a whole list of them that are ridiculous, but some of the more obnoxious ones could come into play if we don't fight back and tell the province that we don't want 4 stories where there was a single family home, or 4 units where there was a single family home. So that's something that certainly has to keep telling the province about, so that we don't get those kind of things here. And Councilor Carpenter is also correct in that some of these renovations are done without permits. So that means there's no inspections. So it might be some amateur electrician that did the wiring. It might not be safe. So anybody that's in one of these apartments, you might want to check to see if there's been the required building permits to do things. Because another problem that we have is the illegal conversion of single family homes into rooming houses. I can cite 3 right in Ward 3, and it takes time for staff to get in and fix these issues. The one in particular that I know of, they were working without permits. And when the inspector went in, they were given a stop work order because they were doing the work illegally. They finished the work and moved 6 people in, 6 individuals. And we're still fighting and going through the process of getting this reverted back to a single family home. But it takes time, unfortunately. And there are some that we don't know about because somebody didn't complain. A lot of our stuff is done on complaint basis. And if nobody complains about the house next door being converted to an illegal boarding house, we can't do anything about it until we know about it. So if there's something like that in your neighborhood, please let us know. And be patient, because these things take a long time to deal with. I know, because we're dealing with several in Ward 3. And I'm sure it's happening in other wards as well. I mean, that's not something that is isolated in Ward 3, but it is certainly a problem, and I'm sure it's a problem in other wards. So it's something that we need to stay on top of, and hopefully staff can come up with a plan to expedite some of these issues and get these situations rectified a little quicker. But I know we've got good staff that can work on that. Hopefully they'll come up with something. But in the meantime, please be patient, and for goodness sakes, let us know, because we can't even start the process until we know about it. Thank you.
Further speakers? Seeing none, I got to chime in on this one because I get calls every week. People are horrified next door. They're seeing all of a sudden there's 2 families living there, and they had no idea. And these are in well-established neighborhoods. It's not like it's a new phenomenon, and people don't understand. They're mad and angry at the city because the city allowed it, but the city has no control over it. And when you explain that, I'm not sure they actually believe it. They think somehow that we can control that, and you explain you can't override provincial legislature. We're a creature of the province. So it's something that any tools that staff can provide us with will be a huge help to this council and to the next council and councils beyond, because it's making a mess out of very nice neighborhoods. There's cars all over the place. There's people all over the place. There's just too many people living in too small of an area, and it creates conflict, and it's not healthy. So I'm happy to support this, and I hope it gives us tools that we can do maybe things that weren't anticipated by the province. We got some pretty smart staff, so hopefully we can outsmart the fox. With that, we'll call the vote, please.
Item 7.1, safe housing supplies carried unanimously on a recorded vote. Those in favor, Councillor Secoli, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, Antosky, and Wall.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If I could ask Councillor Martin to take the chair now, just from where you are is fine.
Yep.
Councillor Martin, I've got 4 resolutions.
Okay, Councillor Slush, if you could please move your motion and state your seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's moved by myself, seconded by my ward mate, Councillor Utley. Whereas a petition was received requesting an all-way stop at the intersection of Barnes Ave and Omega Drive, and whereas the intersection has not been reviewed following the guidelines outlined in the Public Works all-way stop warrant policy, now therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to install the all-way stop control at the intersection and that the implementation costs for all-way stop control signal and paving markings not to exceed $1,500 be funded from the operational service operating budget, and that the necessary bylaws be presented to council for adoption. I won't go into a whole lot of detail. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. There's about 9 resolutions coming forward, so I'll leave it at that. If anybody has any questions, I'll be glad to address them.
Seeing no request to speak to this, we'll call the question.
Item 7.4, Barnes Avenue at Omega Drive, all-way stop control is carried on a recorded vote of 7 to 1. Those in favor, Councillor Secoli, Utley, Sless, McCreary, Carpenter, Antosky, and Wall. Those opposed, Councillor Martin.
Thank you. If I may
Councillor Slush, your
continue,
next one,
Mr. Chair,
7.5.
moved by myself, seconded by my ward mate, Councillor Utley. Whereas a request has been received to provide on-street parking on the west side of Roberts Avenue beside 176 Dufferin Avenue, and notwithstanding the amending on-street workflow provided by Public Works 021 amending on-street parking regulations policy. Now therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to provide 2 on-street parking spaces on the west side of Roberts Ave beside 176 Dufferin Ave, and the implementation costs for the parking control signage not to exceed $200 be funded from the operational services operating budget, and the necessary bylaws be presented to council for adoption. It was a site visit done by staff. They had no concerns with the safety of the, they had no safety concerns at all with this being there. It was an oddity.
Okay, seeing no request to speak, we'll call the question.
Item 7.5, Roberts Avenue on-street parking is carried unanimously on a recorded vote. Those in favor, Councillor Secoli, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, Antosky, and Wall.
Councillor Slush, your next one.
Thank you. It's moved by myself, seconded by my ward mate, Councillor Utley. Whereas City Council at their meeting July 26, 22 approved the recommendations in report number 2022-355 regarding Ava Road traffic calming. And whereas the installation of chicanes along Ava Road is one of 4 recommended changes to address speeding cut through traffic concerns raised by area residents. And whereas a letter dated August 29, 2022 regarding the Ava Road traffic calming chicanes was delivered to the neighborhood to advise residents that chicanes would soon be installed on Ava Road. And whereas staff and Ward 2 councillors received feedback from residents expressing concerns regarding the proposed design, now therefore be it resolved that staff be directed not to install the chicanes on Ava Road, and the staff be directed to develop additional traffic calming options for consideration along Ava Road, and that staff arrange a public meeting to review the traffic calming options with the neighborhood, and the staff be directed to proceed with additional measures that were identified in report 2022-355, specifically being the speed limit reduction to 40K and the signed bike route and narrowing or sharrow pavement markings. And basically what it was when the outline of the chicanes were painted onto the road, and the neighborhood saw what it actually would look like in practice, they were horrified and terrified and asked that not happen on the street. It was an extreme measure that's used, I guess, in Europe. I think Charlie can attest to that, but I don't think it's quite ready for the North American market. So I would ask for your support.
Any questions, comments? I just have one. Have any of these chicanes been installed yet, or was it just the markings on the road?
To the chair, nothing has been installed.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no questions, comments, we'll call the question.
Item 7.6, Ava Road Traffic Calming Public Meeting is approved unanimously on a recorded vote. Those in favor, Counselor Secoli, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, Antosky, and Wall.
Okay, Counselor Sluss, seven.
Finally, Mr. Martin, Councillor Martin. Whereas it is important that municipally owned and operating housing units are properly maintained and in a good state of repair. This is a council and service manager housing and homeless service priority to provide a decent, affordable home where residents can live and thrive. And whereas the housing and homeless service housing operations team is responsible for the operation of municipally owned housing units and uses various processes such as building condition assessments to assist with decision-making regarding capital repairs and replacements and to assist with annual capital budget process. Whereas on occasion, weather conditions, other events, or wear and tear can occur that may cause damage to existing fences that separate municipally owned housing properties from privately owned properties, which may occur between budget cycles, meaning that there may be inadequate funds available for repair and replacement costs. And whereas according to the current policy, fence replacements are cost shared between neighboring property owners. Whereas there is a neighbor at 16 Shaftesbury Avenue, Brantford, whose private property is adjacent to municipally owned property at 18 Shaftesbury Avenue, requesting a new fence between the driveways to replace the part of the fence that was damaged and removed. Yet the estimated cost for the supplies and labor to replace this part of the fence is approximately $600. Now therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to use funds from the housing operations operating budget to cover the full cost of the fence replacement, and the staff be directed to obtain fence replacement cost quotes and manage the project to completion. A windstorm blew down part of a fence that was on city property owned by the city. To keep peace in the neighborhood, the $600 piece that was blown down needs to be replaced. For $600, we can buy a lot of peace in this neighborhood, and I think it's a very good investment. So I would urge councillors again to support it.
Counselor McCurry.
Just a question, Mr. Interim Chair, through you to staff. Is there a reason why a $600 item is before us and that could not have been looked after without having to come to council?
Deb Schlichter, Manager of Housing Development, Acting Director for this month. Through the chair, the reason why this is being brought forward is that this is not according to current policy where costs are shared. So this is changing a policy, and so this is not. This is why it's been brought forward by request of Councillor Sluss.
So there was no member of staff that was able to make that decision?
We have a policy in place and we follow it for all of our other properties. This is a situation that's different, and Councillor Sluss felt he wanted to bring that forward.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions or comments, we'll call the question.
Sorry, can I just confirm that Councillor Utley was the seconder? Thank you. Item 7.7, Shaftesbury Avenue fencing carries unanimously on a recorded vote. Those in favor, Councillor Secoli, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, Antosky, and Wall.
With that, Councillor Sluss, I'll hand the chair back to you.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Appreciate your help. Next up is 7.8, 130 Savannah Oaks Drive, Savannah Oaks Pond, and that would be Councillor Antosky.
Thank you, Chair Sluss. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Utley. Whereas 1978771 Ontario Inc., the owner, acquired the lands known as 130 Savannah Oaks Drive and legally described as Part Lot 1, Plan 2M1854, being Part 2 on 2R-8592, City of Brantford, being all of PIN 32220-0326, purchase lands, and whereas as a condition of agreement of purchase and sale for the acquisition of purchased lands, the owner agreed to enter into an agreement with the corporation of the City of Brantford, or as it directs with respect to the city obtaining an option to purchase the option lands, the terms of which were agreed upon prior to the closing date. And whereas the option lands consist of approximately 12 acres located on the eastern portion of the purchased lands and are mostly occupied by a pond. And whereas the city intends to trigger the option to purchase for the acquisition of the option lands. Now therefore be it resolved that upon the completion of the acquisition of the option lands, staff be directed to investigate options to rezone the pond property to an open space zone and lower taxation to support the ongoing naturalization of the pond through the new zoning bylaw update, and that upon the completion of the rezoning process, staff be directed to transfer ownership of the option lands to the land trust for future preservation. Many of us are familiar with the pond. We went and planted some trees there. And this section of property has been separated from the owner in order to be kept naturalized in perpetuity. This has been a bit of a new process for us in that this will move from the city's ownership into the Brant Land Trust. So there have been, some fits and starts as we figure out the proper process to go through this. And now that we're well on our way, the land is currently zoned as employment, I was going to say industrial employment land, which carries a relatively high tax level with it. And that's something that Brant, the land trust, can't take on. So this is for staff to look at, can this be rezoned to open space, which one more accurately identifies the use of how the land's going to be used now, and two, can we alleviate the heavy taxation for the Brant Land Trust? So that's why this is here. It's our first project to move towards Brant Land Trust, and this is a great way to preserve. And we've got tons of volunteers in the area, and Chuck Breach and his group, plant trees, and we've done that, and we're well on our way to completing this project in the way that it was intended to roll out in the end.
Okay, Councillor Utley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very pleased to support Councillor Antarski's resolution. This is a piece of land that's undevelopable, and it's also of great natural beauty, and it attracts a couple of geese or more every year, and they raise their family and fly off down south when the winter gets too bad. When I, in my previous life, when I worked at West Coast, it was just a beautiful property, and that's why it was purchased, for the owners to look out their corporate windows at this beautiful natural pond. And then it was bought by Brantford Power, and now it's been merged with into Grandbridge Power. As Councillor Martin and I are fully aware of. And there was a lot of pressure from one or two individuals that really wanted the city to get their hands on this property, but we couldn't say anything because of the confidentiality of the merger. So anyway, I think this is going to work out great for the city, for the previous owners of the property, for the geese and the other wildlife, some pretty big bass in that pond. And it's being naturalized with more, I don't know, I've saw just a rumor about the bass. I can't remember, I can't think of his name. Chuck Beach as probably the main instigator of getting that property landscape with lots of trees and to leave it in its natural state. So I'll end it there, and Mr. Chair, and hope we support this. Thank you.
Before we go to the next speaker, I think we better get a motion to waive or to extend the hour. We have three more after this. Okay, moved by Councillor Wall, seconded by Councillor Carpenter. Call the question on it.
Sorry, if I can just get clarification, the rules under the city's procedural bylaw state that we would complete the current item. Are we deeming the others considered within the hour
Okay.
to finish the rest of the agenda for the hour?
Finish the agenda.
Thank you. That's all I needed. The motion to extend to the hour carries on a recorded vote of 7-1. Those in favor, Counselor Secoli, Utley, Celeste, Barton, Carpenter, Antosky, and Wall. Those opposed, Counselor McCreary.
Okay. Back to the motion on the floor, Counselor Martin.
Thank you. Through you to staff. I'm not exactly sure where the lines were drawn when this property was severed off, but it seems to me that it's probably landlocked in that it does not have road access. Okay, I'm seeing heads nod up and down. The people at home can't hear the heads going up and down.
Ron Gasparetto, manager of real estate. Thank you, Counselor, for the question. You are, well, the property will enjoy an access easement to the Savannah Oaks so that there will be access permitted to the pond lands.
Okay, so that's access to allow for tree planting and maintenance and that kind of thing. But I think one of the things that needs to be considered, and this might need to be put to impact, because this land does not have direct road access, it should affect the value of this property. And if the value of this property will go down, it'll affect the taxes that the land trust will have to pay as well. So it's not just getting the zoning changed from industrial, but also the value decreased because it doesn't have road access. I think that will help the land trust as well by reducing the taxes even further. So staff could check into that. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Further, Counselor Carpenter?
Yeah. Land is taxed on the use, not necessarily the zoning. So we can adjust that easily with the open space issue. This pond is not used for stormwater management in any way.
Through through Chair Celeste to the counselor, no, it is not.
Okay, and the land trust, can you give me who the Brant Land Trust is?
The Brant Land Trust includes Lou Nechtel. She's the president of the Brant Land Trust, and then there are other members as well. And their mandate is to see the long-term conservation of this area and to see it enjoyed for many years and really to enhance its naturalized beauty.
And so as part of the agreement would be that they could never be sold off. We can make that part of our agreement that it can't be sold off, or if the land trust, Brant Land Trust were to dissolve, it would flow back to the city. Are those options?
Through the chair, absolutely. Those are provisions that will be applied into the agreement of purchase and sale with the Brant Land Trust.
Okay, then I can support this 100%. Thank you.
Anything further? Call the question, please.
Item 7.8, 130 Savannah Oaks Drive, Savannah Oaks Pond carries unanimously on a recorded vote. Those in favor, Counselor Secoli, Utley, Celeste, McCreary, Martin, Carpenter, Antosky, and Wall.
7.9 standard care of animals, Counselor Antosky.
Thank you, Chair. This might be the last you have to hear from me tonight. Whereas the Municipal Act 2001 provides that single-tier municipalities may pass bylaws respecting matters related to animals, and whereas the Municipal Act 2001 Section 10 allows that a single-tiered municipality may provide any service or thing that the municipality considers necessary or desirable for the public. And whereas the Municipal Act 2001 provides for a bylaw under sections 10 and 11 respecting a matter may, 1, regulate or prohibit respecting the matter, 2, require persons to do things respecting the matter, 3, provide for a system of licenses respecting that matter. 2006, whereas the public has raised concerns regarding animal well-being within the city of Brantford, and whereas it is considered desirable to incorporate standards of animal care to section 206 dogs and other animals of the city of Brantford Municipal Code. Now therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to bring forward amendments for city council's consideration to chapter 206 dogs, other animals, and other animals of the city and Brantford Municipal Code to include standards of care for animals, including but not limited to 1, shelter of adequate size and provides protection for from the elements and adequate ventilation. 2, tether and provides unrestricted movement, time limit, access to food, water, and shelter, is not connected to a choke style chain collar. 3, access to food and water that is fit for consumption and is replaced at least once every 24 hours and is not frozen. The reason this is coming forward, again, this is something
Sorry, Councillor Antosky, I'm sorry, who was your seconder?
my apologies, it's Councillor Carpenter.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Sorry.
No problem. This is coming forward. This is something, again, I started working on quite some time ago. I want to thank Jill Binkley and Ian and Bylaw for helping bring this forward again. And there's actually almost a written, I'll dare to say policy, a draft at this point, but it's sitting in legal right now. This addresses the things that sat outside at that time. I think it's provincial now, but what SPCA could do and could not do with the treatment of animals. So, you know, as long as, I'll use an example, as long as a dog was tied up but could reach its water and had a shelter, it could stay out there 24 hours a day. So this is addressing things like, you know, length of time that they're tethered, things that the SPCA doesn't have teeth for. The draft has been modeled after several other municipalities that have these in place. I know that I was dealing with quite a few calls, people really upset about how an animal was being treated, and they'd call us and they say, we're not getting anywhere with the SPCA, and we'd call the SPCA and they say, look, they're doing everything that we have authority over. I can't do anything. So we're very lucky to have Ian on staff, who previously worked with the SPCA and you know, knows what was being dealt with and what could be improved in terms of the care of our animals. So he was an integral part in helping with that before he came to the city, and he's now working with Jill and going through legal. And this is just to address those things that are just the right thing to do. But they're outside of that provincial legislation. So I hope we can find support that staff can continue to move forward with this. This is really important to a lot of our residents who are really frustrated thinking that some of our animals are not being treated properly. Thank you.
Any discussion? Councillor Sikoli.
Yes, for staff. Question for staff. So prior to us putting this on paper and moving forward, we had to a homeowner whose dog was fed 36 hours ago a frozen meal and is in a choke collar and is back, like, how?
Yeah, exactly.
These things seem very oddly specific, I guess, and I I don't even want to know where it came from, and I can't help but equate this to why we have to tell people not to drink bleach. But what happened prior to this when a complaint came in? Hi, Jill.
Through the chair, Jill Binkley, Manager of Property Standards and Bylaw, through you to Councillor Sikoli. Yes, so when a complaint for these types of calls would come in, they would be referred to the PAWS hotline. So it's like 1-9 animal is how it's spelled out. And so that's really the provincial oversight for anything with respect to cruelty or things of that nature. So there are inspectors designated for certain areas. I know there's an inspector for the Brantford area, but they also share Hamilton and Burlington, I believe. So they are spread relatively thin. So we have noticed a trend, and with Councillor Antosky bringing this forward, that other municipalities have actually implemented their own standards of care.
So now when a call comes in, it can go and be processed directly through our bylaw processes?
So through the chair to Councillor Sikoli, with any potential amendments that come back to council, as Councillor Antosky noted, Ian Harrower has taken on a special project that will involve some review of animal services and those that the city may or may not provide. So I think this is kind of perfect timing for that we'll kind of be able to determine who would be enforcing what and can help where.
Okay. Thank you for answering that. I look forward to seeing more on this. Thanks.
Any further discussion? Counselor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One thing that people have to realize though is different dogs require different things. And before you call and complain that your neighbors left their husky outside for hours at a time, you might want to consider the husky prefers to be outside in the winter. Short-haired dogs, not so much. So you have to take into consideration what the breed is and what the perceived defense is, because sometimes that's actually what the dog prefers. I knew somebody who owned a husky and he said he had trouble getting it to come inside in the winter. It preferred the outdoors that much in the wintertime. So it's something to, it's not being cruel to a husky to leave it outside. A short-haired dog, it is being cruel to leave it outside in the winter. So you have to keep in mind that the breed of dog and what the perceived offense is before you go making a report. Thank you.
Any other first-time speakers? Counselor Wall.
I have so many things I want to say. I'll be super brief. It touches on two things that I really mentioned earlier. One is respect. These are living beings. When you take on the role of an owner of an animal, it's your responsibility to treat life with basic respect and to provide it what it needs to thrive and survive. Second is reporting it. Councillor Sicoli raised a really great point. It's tragic that, there are animals, unfortunately, in our community that are, being abused or facing neglect or going hungry, and that there wasn't really a means to enforce it or do anything about it. So I'm thrilled to support something like this, but, not to light up our phones or anything, but if you see something like this, report it. It's so important. It hurts my heart. It's just hard to even talk about. I want to ask about licensing. Don't we license animals? Isn't there a way for us to incorporate like a basic check on the health and well-being of an animal before we give an owner a license for it? Is that something that's even being considered?
Through the chair to Councillor Wall. So there is a dog licensing program, but it doesn't take into account sort of the conditions that the animal may live in or things of that nature, which this resolution sort of captures anything maybe by complaint basis. And whereas the dog tag program is sort of a renewal system that, is part of everyone's sort of yearly check with the municipality, and they'll pay for their dog tags and go from there. So it's really just making sure that they have, if the animal is altered, they provide those records, things of that nature, microchips, that sort of thing. Because there's different fees that apply, but it does not speak to the standards of care that the animal receives.
Couple more questions then. Why is it specific to dogs? Like, why are dogs the only ones we're doing licensing for? And then I guess my question would be, would it be possible to do, like, I'm trying to think of a vet in our community tending to an animal that was maybe, lucky enough to be brought in. This gives a vet the means to be able to make a call to the city and say, hey, I just had this cat or dog or gerbil or bat on my table, and I believe that something's wrong. But what's the point of the license if we're not inspecting what the license is for? I know that's a complicated question, Jill. I know, I'm sorry.
Through the chair. No, that's okay, Councillor Wall. So the licensing program would be if the city's provider picked up an animal that was at large or something of that nature, the city can help to get the animal returned. If we have a dog attack, or where a dog may have to be labeled dangerous or potentially dangerous, then we have some of those records already on file, or require that a license be required. And all of that is outlined in the bylaw right now, and has been for a number of years.
Last question then, because this is going to come back to the new council and hopefully they do great work with it along with you guys. What are other cities doing to protect the well-being of our animal friends?
So through the chair to Councillor Wall, there are a number of other municipalities that have introduced standards of care in the last number of years. So Ian Harrower has actually undertaken some research in that regard, even in his previous position. So he's definitely well suited to assist in bringing forward some recommendations to council to consider.
Awesome. I'm probably out of time, but my last message I will leave people with, especially come this holiday season when it is very popular for people to gift animals. Please remember that they are lifelong responsibilities and lifelong commitments. Maybe not your life, but certainly their life. And if you can't take care of it, make sure it goes to a good home.
Any other first-time speakers? Seeing none. Councillor Antonsky to wrap.
Thank you. I just actually a comment that I forgot to make. Part of what has complicated this coming forward is the relatively recent change. We didn't used to have cruelty reporting through PAWS, through the provincial body. It used to be local, but that was where we were dealing with some of the problems. Some of these things just weren't captured in their jurisdiction, but that's also why we need to make sure that legal's taking another look, just because it's under a different body now. So I look forward to everybody's support. These are our furry friends, and we're just looking for some guidelines to make sure that we're not just doing the bare minimum, but that we're doing what's best. Thank you.
Can we call the vote, please?
Item 7.9, standards of care of animals, carries unanimously on a recorded vote. Those in favor, Councillor Sakoli, Utley, Sless, McCreary, Martin, Carpenter, Antosky, and Wall.
Thank you. Resolution 7.11, Brantford Red Sox, has Councillor Carpenter.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Sless. Whereas the Brantford Red Sox baseball team has been active in Brantford since 1911, and whereas the Brantford Red Sox are facing challenges on and off the field, and whereas the Brantford Red Sox receive no funding or subsidies from the city of Brantford, and whereas the city is interested in exploring ways to working together with the Brantford Red Sox, now therefore be resolved, the staff set up a meeting between the Red Sox, Councilor Carpenter, and any other interested members of the council to discuss their challenges.
Do you have a seconder for that, Councillor?
Yeah, Councilor Antosky.
Okay, thank you.
It's pretty self-explanatory.
Any discussion? Okay, we call the vote, please.
Item 7.11, Brantford Red Sox, carries unanimously on a recorded vote. Those in favor, Councillor Sakoli, Utley, Sless, McCreary, Martin, Carpenter, Antosky, and Wall.
And I believe the what's listed as a notice of motion, Councillor Carpenter, you'd like to waive the rules and have that entertained this evening?
Yes, I'd like to waive the rules in order for this to be, waive the rules so that it can be heard and done with this cycle of council as opposed to the next council.
Okay.
So that I'd like to move that section 1511.5, chapter 50 of the Brantford Municipal Code be waived in order to introduce the following resolution without prior notice. You want me to read that?
I think process is, yeah, we read it now and you don't read it when you move it.
Okay. Whereas Banbury Road residents have long expressed concerns regarding traffic safety and high rates of speed. Whereas in response, ward councils have been requested to review the speed concerns on the northern leg of Banbury Street. And whereas the residents are asking for a speed study to be conducted and that traffic calming measures be implemented. And whereas residents of Banbury Street have requested the city of Banbury take further action, namely the review of the intersection of Callback and Banbury for future stop sign. Therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to take all actions necessary to review the intersection of Callback Road and Banbury Road for possible always stop sign at this location. And the staff be directed to conduct a speed study to learn whether additional traffic calming measures are warranted. And it's moved by myself, seconded by my ward mate, Councilor Antosky.
Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question.
Motion to waive the rules carries unanimously on a recorded vote. Those in favor, Councillor Sakoli, Utley, Sless, McCreary, Martin, Carpenter, Antosky, and Wall.
Did you want to introduce your motion then, Ms.?
I won't read it again, but the motion is to for Banbury Road and Callback Road.
Seconded by Councillor Antosky?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, we call the question.
Item 8.1, Colbeck Road and Banbury Road, carries unanimously in a recorded vote. Those in favor, Councillor Sakoli, Utley, Sless, McCreary, Martin, Carpenter, Antosky, and Wall.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I believe that concludes this evening's business, so we are adjourned.